Starting. Hello, this is Steve. Thank you for joining my Google Hangouts tonight. So I know you guys probably been wondering what's been going on. There's been some technical difficulties. I'm going to go ahead and get also the people that were in this chat and bring them back in here. I have the Google ++ chat opened up here so I can basically send a message directly to those people. I found this more beneficial than trying to figure out where everybody is all at once. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. This is the chat going on. Nope, I'm just waiting for you to join. And then we need to get Eric back in here, so you can go in here and you can type in Eric. I think he might be on here somewhere. There he is. And I can add him back in. And let's hope, present to everyone. Let's see if this works. It says live. I see the audio moving. I see 0 viewers. That means people can come in and watch it. I think we're good to go. Let's wait for people to join here. It's probably going to create a second one on here. Yep, it did. We'll get rid of the other one and can that one. It's probably going to create a second one on here. Yep, it did. We'll get rid of the other one and can that one. It's working. Probably going to create a second one on here. Yep, it did. We'll get rid of the other one. Can that one. It's working. Cool. Okay, so I'm glad to know that you guys can hear me now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, you just left. I heard a sound and then you just left there. Wait till him to join again. I'll send him the chat message again. So we can get Mr. Bo in here. I don't know where he is, but join us, Bo. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and we're finally on YouTube. How you can tell is at the bottom of the screen, it'll say 1 viewer or no viewers. Earlier, we just kept saying off air. So I just started a whole new thing, and that seemed to fix the problem. And Eric should be joining us. I sent him a message. I got an error message when I tried to send you a chat earlier. That was kind of weird. So this is probably good to start it this way because the earlier one was a disaster. So let's get back to finding that game again here. I'm just going to show the entire screen here again.
I keep.
Yes. I just lost you. Okay, we'll wait for him to come back. We'll get CBM up here. Remember the name of this file. Let's see. You're back.
I'm not sure what's going on. I keep disconnecting almost instantly.
Weird. Hopefully it doesn't find you like it was on me earlier.
Whatever you got.
I still can't find your picture. I don't know where it is. What's this screen test? I'm like opening up everything now. I don't think this is it. It's too short. What is this anyway?
Well, I'm getting a lot of
You get a what?
I'm getting a lot of
Errors?
yes. And now I'm feeding back.
I just now realized what this was. This was that last thing we were working on. Remember, we were working on creating the rows.
Yeah.
I must have stored it in a different folder, but this is kind of where we left off in the next path to getting it. We just need to convert. Once we get this working, we get it added to your program. So I forgot where that is. It might be under. Anyway, I'll just stick with this for now. So I think it was this one. Let me see this. Yeah, I think it's this was what. Yeah, this was it. Remember all the byte data?
Mm-hmm.
This is it. I never worked on it. Like I said, I've been working on the sound in the Excel document all week. So it's kind of like just right where it left off at.
And I did.
I'm going to turn off that assembler.
I keep feeding back.
You keep doing what?
I keep feeding back.
Feeding back.
Yes. It starts to feed.
Yeah, the audio is cutting in and out. I hear that. Let me just run this and see where we got it left off on this. I had to make some setting changes there. That's where we left off at. Remember, we got the rows working.
Mm-hmm.
It was still a problem when we went to full screen. I mean, when we tried to bring it all the way down the screen. Where was that line at? Let's see. Did I probably have a break in here somewhere or something. I gotta wrap my head around this again. Let me see. You were able to understand the high and the low bytes okay after I explained it last time? Make more sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
The key that I was really missing was that indirect addressing mode. And I guess the magic is 2 bytes there. You can set them up for the high and low byte so that it'll carry over to the next byte up.
Mm-hmm. I got to explain. So here's what, you're right on that. So here's what the problem is we're not carrying the 16-bit value here. So it's going right back to the 8-bit value again. Because it should just be going straight down the screen. I have a feeling it has something to do with the math program we have in here. Well, we checked all the math, and the math was good, I'm pretty sure. Did we set the carry? I don't know if you want to work on this or if you want to do something different with it tonight.
I don't even have. I need to load Studio and get the code.
Okay, so you're not in a position where you can do that right now.
I can start getting Studio set up.
Oh, okay. I want to see what happened to Eric here. Trying to get him back in here. He keeps leaving my chat every time I add him. Okay, so I don't think he had a link. Oh, yeah, no.
Along with I also
I only heard along with something, you ordered something. Oh, you know, before I forget, I need to probably post this in the old video. Those people get confused. Oh, you sent me the message there so I could read it. Oh, I see.
Every time I see back,
Every time I talk, it's feedback. The mic is picking me up. Through your speakers. Yeah, it probably is. Anyway, let me send that link out here before I forget. Because we had that old one on here, I'm going to go to that channel and see if I can get those people in here. I think recruiting is the hardest part. Okay, I noticed the other one. Okay, it's still here. Okay, good. Watch people still be watching this. People are still watching this. What the heck? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. People are still watching that old video.
Hmm.
No, they're going to be confused. I think I'm just going to go in and delete all these. They're not going to understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's just like sound with screen, but no sound is coming out. So
I'm so confused. I'll just stay ahead to start.
no good to show a sound demo if you don't have sound running. I mean, the screen looks pretty cool. Hell, it was very colorful for a menu.
Yeah, but if you got no sound, I mean. As somebody said, have you ever seen the original NIST game when it made a breakthrough when it came back during the 90s? It was the first game ever ran off of multiple CDs. And then one guy's like, well, we were going to put sound in it, but I didn't want it to sound like Mario Brothers. But then later he's like, but I'm glad that we added the sound. It didn't sound like Mario Brothers. It actually seemed to help the game and gave it more, you know.
Atmosphere, yeah.
It actually,
I don't remember. I definitely remember.
You know, without the music, this never would have made it. The music made it, I thought.
I don't particularly remember atmospheric weather and environmental sounds.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I played Myst.
Yeah. Actually, you know, I got the 3D version, the real Myst. I don't know if you've seen it. Somebody made a remake of it. I think ABC did or whatever. And that one's like you can just move through like 3D through the island, through all the island.
Mm-hmm.
And that one is really cool. And you turn off the lights on that one and you feel like you're on that island. It's like virtual reality. But getting back to the points here. So you said you're still working on setting that up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I wasn't doing it yet. But I'll do it now, though.
Yep. Get everybody going here. I don't know where Eric is. I keep sending him messages and he keeps shutting him out of the chat every time.
I guess the only thing I wanted to show you was I did get the capture card working.
Yeah, you were talking about that earlier. Sorry, I was trying to get everything else going.
Yeah, I got the capture card working, and I got that video visualizer hooked up so that it'll run through. I've got a little Sony PVM that'll show me sort of live, and then it'll go out. Actually, I've got a switcher, so I can switch between the camera or like I've got a Commodore 64 here too, running the ultimate cartridge with the SID player. The
What do you mean by the switcher? What do you mean by the switcher?
It's a video switch, audio video switch.
What's that for?
That is so that I can switch between video sources. It also has two outputs. So it lets output one to the capture card and another one to my little TV, so I can have a real-time monitor outside of what appears on the computer screen in the capture software. I think. Let me see if I can.
I'm surprised you don't do videos. That would be really interesting to see.
Let
I'm
me see
looking at time, but if you had to drop a video on that.
PC. Let me see if I can share.
Yeah, I mean, you had to like put a YouTube video up on that even. That'd be really cool to see.
Can you the one that's sharing?
Okay, right there.
Yeah, that one. There you go. So right now, this is the video capture, and here you were wanting to show like book.
Oh, that's you real time, huh?
Yeah, this is real time.
You got the book? I didn't get it.
Yeah, so you were wanting to show pages from the book, and here you can zoom in or zoom out.
We're talking about. Yeah. That's good.
Not really centered very well.
Yeah, I always had to position my book somewhere and zoom in and zoom out of it. I liked it. That'd be a great way to really teach people because I could go step by step through stuff. Which is why I put together that document. I didn't know you had that book though. We was talking all about that last time.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and I was pretty sure that I had it, so I went and looked, and I had this one.
I knew you had that one. You mentioned that one. I didn't. Wow, that's cool. I'm glad you had it. Yeah, it's a great book.
So now I'm going to hit my video switch, and it should switch over to the C64 now.
Oh man, that's awesome. So you went from the camera to the C64. No,
yeah.
That's cool. And you can buy these on?
What's that?
You can buy this device?
Here, you put it under the camera so you can see what it looks like.
I definitely want better when I was trying in last week. I was trying to like get it working on my screen and never did get it working. We just abandoned it.
Oh, the wire's too short. I can't quite get it over to the video.
I know the pain. You know what I finally done to solve that problem though?
What's that?
I moved everything closer together.
Yeah, that's pretty close together.
Like my computer is within reach of my speakers, and even my Commodore 64 is in reach of my computer. The way I got it set up now. It's so much easier if you have like a specific setup. Before I was totally a disorganized person, so I can never find the stuff half the time. Be like, hold on a moment, give me a moment. You'd be right in the middle of Google Hangouts. I'd be literally looking for something, trying to distract you with other things. But now, I spent like almost 2 weeks organizing my entire apartment, and just I know where everything is now. So it's incredible. I mean, I've got little things, little cabinets, little drawers. But anyways, go back to this. Are you still looking for the thing?
Just trying to move it a little bit closer. I could almost get it. Let me move my...
I saw your hand there for a second.
I got my desoldering station right here in the way. Let me move my...
You in a basement?
stuff.
Okay, I see something. Can you make that larger, or does it just stay on that size? Like that whole thing inside of that window. I'm looking inside of Virtual Dub. Can you make Virtual Dub look larger than that? Is that possible to zoom it? Just curious. I guess it doesn't zoom into the camera, huh? It's probably based on the resolution of the camera.
Yeah. And this is capturing as an AVI right now.
Really? Okay, that's a little bit better. That's much better.
Can I unplug this? No, that's my out of the capture card. Can you kind of see it?
Yeah. I can see it sitting on the book.
Yeah, so here's kind of the front of it. And you know, if you just hit the switch, it'll go to the...
It went black. Oh, you turned it off.
Well, I think I pulled the wrong... I pulled some stuff out here whenever I was trying to hook it up. Trying to get it closer, I had to pull some wires out. There we go.
Your screen did something weird there for a second.
Yeah.
Over.
So there, if I the input, you see it changes to the C64. But basically, this is just a little box that has composite. That's video.
What's it called again?
It's just a video switcher.
A video switcher?
There it is right there. 4-inch composite video and test video switch.
4-inch composite video switch. And you bought that online?
I think so. Probably.
Maybe I can get them in electronics store. They used to sell those.
Yeah.
I hate to have to wait for something to arrive in the mail. Yeah, that's cool. I like how you can switch it out. It's almost like the old Nintendo television sets. You could switch from your TV to your video game. That's what it reminds me of. Does it do the same type of technology?
It is, yeah, it's just it's a passive switch. It's not powered or anything like that. Keep knocking all the wires out.
So when I see the book, that's to switch into like your desktop or something? Desktop camera?
The book is the video visualizer. You see my hand waving in there?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where's the camera at.
It's on this device.
It's on a device.
It's this video visualizer thing that has a camera that kind of tripods over the surface.
Oh, wow.
And then
No, I didn't see that part.
these are lights that kind of come in. I don't know. You can,
Yeah, I saw that a little bit.
yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
This thing, it looks like an overhead projector, but instead of putting, you know, transparencies here, you can put, you know, regular reading material picked up by the camera.
Let's see.
And then it goes from the camera into the switch, and then from the switch into the PC capture card, which is what you're actually seeing the PC capture card, right?
Yes. Well, not right now, but that's what I was using before.
Yeah.
I just now realized I wasn't presenting your screen to everybody. They're probably looking at nothing. Yeah, every time I switch over, you have to present each time. I just learned that. That's why nobody can see the stuff. See, every time you switch over, it says you're presenting, you're not presenting. But anyways, yeah, that's cool. Now they can see it. And I keep going back to YouTube just to make sure that they can see it. Yeah, I'd definitely like to get one like that. Yeah, it's showing the screen now. There's only one person watching the YouTube.
Probably Eric.
Yeah, but I mean, earlier there were like 42 people, so I wonder if they're all lost again. Because I went into the old channel and I posted a link for this one and this one. Oh wait, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, I did. Because this one doesn't have anything in it. I wish they'd find a better way to organize this, like our company I work for. They're still trying to figure out how to organize their website. I won't say who they are, but they got a long way to go.
Here we go.
I can't say their name because I don't want to talk bad about them.
I got that. If you go over to my other Google Hangout, you can see what my desktop looks like.
Okay, So go back to the other Google Hangout you said?
Yeah. See, I'm in the Hangout twice because I'm on two different PCs here.
Oh, I switched over to the other place. I probably have to present again.
All
Okay,
right.
I'm presenting now. Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's all your electronic equipment, huh?
So yeah, you see the setup here with here's the camera that you were asking about.
Yeah.
It's up here, and it has these are the lights, and then I've got it running through the switch, which then goes to the PVM monitor, and then to the capture card on the PC.
That's awesome.
If I hit this, it should bring up the C64, which my S video keeps falling out of the socket here. There we go.
You got some music playing or something there.
Yes, Chimera, Ron Hubbard.
Is that playing it through the speakers, or is that just playing somewhere else?
That's playing through the PVM, through the TV here. I tried to put it through the speakers, but I was getting a lot of feedback.
Huh. I'm trying to figure out what all that other stuff is.
What
What's
other
that
stuff?
with the two red circles on it?
This?
Yeah.
This is a, it's got a hot air rework. It's got a soldering iron here. And then this is a benchtop power supply. It'll do it's a voltmeter and amp meter.
Wow. You got two Commodores there? Or is that a PC?
This is the reloaded in this one. The
Which
C60 reloaded.
That's the reloaded?
Yeah, it inside is too. And then this is one of the today.
A Vic. Wow.
Yes, this thing looks.
If you
Well, I don't know if the keyboard is really smooth. Here.
I got a little bit of your audio kept going in and out a little bit. I could see it.
Yeah, if you switch, you can see how the letters in this icon here. Let me see if I can get the switch over to me.
So where's your PC is behind you then? Oh no, that's right. This is the camera on that thing. I'm like, where are you projecting from? I thought it was like sitting behind you or something because I see all these monitors and it's looking like at an angle at you.
Here I am.
Yeah. Was that your computer you were just looking at, or just a camera somewhere?
That's that. What I plugged into my laptop. So I've got a laptop here that is.
Okay.
It's a laptop. That's why I'm in the Hangout twice, because I'm on two computers.
I get it. I'm just running right off a desktop.
Yeah, if you switch back to the other one, you can see this keyboard is really green. The
Yeah.
letter.
I can switch in and out. That's so cool. So can you switch all three, like the camera, the monitor, and the little TV?
Can I do what?
Can you switch to all three of them anytime you want?
I can switch these two sources. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, that's what you were doing earlier. I was trying to figure out what you were doing earlier. Okay.
Yeah, you have that's the and then now let's see.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out, that little capture card thing you have, that plug connected to a USB on the computer?
This one actually is a PCI card.
Oh, I don't have one of those.
But they
They do have USB?
yeah, let's see. I've actually got one here.
I think that's probably why I sold mine, because of my upgraded my computer. Oh, that's it.
This is the Easy Cap, but I've not had good luck here. The one thing this PC is called a Win3D, and it is 32-bit hardware. So it's like it only runs 2.5.
That's interesting. You know, you never realize, like, on YouTube, like, when people are watching videos, like, people are really fascinated, like, what's going on in your environment. You ever notice that? People are like, why is this video getting so many views, you know? And, like, because they're probably looking and asking questions. What's that on your desk? What's that over there? Can you tell me about that? I need to probably do more of those. I'm like, I always just share my screen all the time. Because I don't really have anything I really show them. I mean, I could show them the computer monitors and stuff, but the electronic stuff is what really fascinates me. It's just like there's like so many things you can do out there, you know. I love to see people like switching streams and doing all kinds of wild stuff on YouTube. I'm like, how in the world are they doing this stuff? Like, do you know who have you ever watched the 8-bit guy?
I'm not sure.
Go look it up sometime on YouTube and just type in the 8-bit guy. This guy has got an amazing setup in his whole house. He can switch anything out anywhere he wants. And I was like, dude. And he doesn't even hardly have any videos on, and he's already up to like 200, I think it's like 20,000 subscribers or whatever, and he's getting like over 1 million views on his videos. I'm like, what the heck? But his videos are really good if you watch him. He talks all about like real technical stuff to do with the 8-bit computers and Nintendos. That's why he calls himself the 8-bit guy, because he focuses all on the 8-bit stuff, and he knows his stuff. And I think he spends a lot of time working on the videos. Like my problem is I'll get out there and I'll get carried away and just want to throw a video up. But lately I'm thinking, if I spend more time editing, you know, and really preparing ahead of time, you get more views that way, I've noticed. People are interested in just you rambling about stuff. So that's what I was hoping to do tonight. But I think this is really interesting, just seeing, you know, your perspective of things and how I'm just totally fascinated about it. What's that little 8 there I see in the center?
That?
Yeah.
It's an ashtray.
Ashtray. I couldn't even guess that. I would have thought it was something connected to something else. Oh, no.
No.
That is a cool ashtray, man.
I don't know if I can think of it. This was the DM9. I've never seen one of these before.
Icon controller, I love the name of it.
Yeah, so I guess it's a joystick that comes to the side of it. And they're kind of pitching it as a cursor controller, so it's kind of like a mouse, I guess.
Let's see. I've never seen these before somewhere. I don't know if it was on older computers or something.
Yeah, it says great with Geos.
Ah, that's probably the same one. Yeah, that's an old one. That's for the old, not the first GUI operating system, but the first Commodore 64 GUI. I imagine you probably own that too, right?
Geos?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have it too. I've been wanting to do videos on it, but I think probably people wouldn't be interested in that. You never know.
Pretty soon, I recall.
The funny thing about me is, when I first started my YouTube channel, I thought nobody would care about the Commodore 64. So I didn't even talk about it for a long time. And one day I put a video up there, they got a ton of views. I'm like, what the heck? Like, people care about these little computers? People actually know what they are?
Yeah.
But seriously,
For
you
me,
talk to people like in their 30s or even like some of my friends, they don't even know what this stuff is.
Yeah. For me, the VIC was the computer that I ever owned.
The VIC-20?
Yeah, the VIC-20. Had a Commodore.
I never owned
So
the
those
VIC, but the VICs were supposed to be pretty cool computers.
Yeah, it's creamy though. I'll have to see if this one even works. I think what I power supply. Luckily, I had a power supply, so this one didn't come with a power supply.
VIC-20 power supply, yep.
It's not AC. It looks like it's just a tree. No other components in there. I mean, that's not a very big supply.
It's good that you probably have this stuff. I mean, other than getting that pickup, which is probably why you got it, a good deal on it, because those Commodore 64 computers are expensive these days.
Yeah, that's what you. I found that.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the world? Like, these people are still buying these things?
I know that a lot of like the chip in there for musicians doing chip music.
Yeah, they totally went crazy over that. I remember many years ago when I first saw the first Commodore 64, you just saw these people like just gathered around that computer like it was like a concert or something. Like it was playing music, and people are looking at it like, "What is this?" You know, it's not a radio. Of course, I already owned an Atari by that time, so I didn't. I mean, it was impressive, but I kind of already knew computers were kind of going. And I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." And you know what I did? I started after they shut it off. And they all walked away, and I saw the salesman walk away. I went over there and started typing on the computer. This was when I was in a Sears store. I started actually writing programs on the computer in the store until the manager busted me.
Oh yeah, I used to do that at Kmart.
He's like, "You can't do that." I'm like, "Dude,
Yeah.
I could show him stuff." He goes, "No, you can't do that. You can't mess with it. You gonna buy it?" I'm like, "No, I don't want it right now." He's like, "Then you have to leave." Those are the old kind of people in those days. Now they got the stores like Bookman's. You can go in here and read books and stuff, and they don't kick you out, you know. Just old mind frame. But a funny story, when I was growing up, when I had my Atari computer, there was I'll never forget the name of the shop. It's called the Magic One Computer Shop. And I'm from Ohio, and it was in Barberton. I used to have to drive up there, and used to usually talk my brother into driving me because I didn't have a license then. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you kind of went out. And I was only like, I don't know, I was like 15 or 16 or whatever, and I'd have him drive me up there. He'd get annoyed too, but by the time he'd drive me up there, and then I became so obsessed with the store, and it was all Atari stuff. But then I remember one day when I finally got my driver's license, I'm going to go up there myself now. And I finally, that one day I go up there, and I could not leave that store. I was there like almost like hours, and finally the guy walks up to me and goes, "Are you going to buy anything?" I was like, "I'm just looking." He goes, "Can you leave?" Oh, you couldn't hear me?
Got kicked out of it.
Yeah, he kicked me out of the store. He had no idea also that I had bought multiple stuff from him during that time because I never drove my car. I was always with my brother. And I was like so mad after he kicked me out. I was like, "Dude," after he kicked me out, I walked out. I'm like, "You just lost your best customer."
Yeah, that's pretty graphic.
Yeah, he thought I was just wasting his time. He was that old mind frame set, kind of wants to make a sale. You're not there to make a sale. Why are you there?
Yeah.
But that store had everything. I mean, every computer had all the newest STs running, Atari STs.
Is that the Atari you had? Was that an ST that you had?
No, I actually had a 65XC, but I was hoping to get an ST. But yeah, what I used to go up there, that store mostly is buy magazines. I still got a lot of the analog magazines from that store to this day. And people aren't really interested in the Atari, or I'd show them live on YouTube, but I've got like almost the whole series. and I don't know if you know what Antic magazine is, but I've almost got every Antic magazine ever created too.
Sure, yeah. I remember Antique.
You got some of those too?
I don't have any of them, but I remember seeing them at the time.
I've got the originals, because what happened is back in the days, before Antic was going under, they had a sale and they were trying to get rid of some of their stock. So they had a whole collection for like $200. And that was, I don't know how many magazines, it was just a ton of them. So I bought them all.
Wow, nice.
I'll never forget it. That box was so heavy when I tried to drag it upstairs. I could barely get it up the stairs.
Where do you have a lot of books? How do you keep them all on the shelf or organized anyway?
Yeah, I can switch over to my camera for a second and show you where all my stuff is. Hopefully I don't... My camera's all tangled up now, of course.
I went to libraries for my graduation, so I'm always interested in books.
Let's see if this works. Oh, well, no, my camera's not showing anymore.
Yeah, you're all black.
I just have to reboot it, probably because it was from last time. Okay, so it turned on. I'm using a capture device called Debut. Okay, wait, maybe it showed up. I think it just did. Okay. Okay, do you see my camera now?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, is it showing full screen? I think I just lost you again. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Well, hopefully you can hear me. The audio's cutting out. So it's over here. I got to kind of see what I'm looking at because I can't see the monitor from here. I'm going to turn it around here for a second. So these are all the magazines I own for the Atari right there. The whole collection. These are all, I think there's some Commodores in here too. There's some C Sharps in here. Here's like a Compute magazine. Remember the original Computes? Of course, I'm not going to be able to put these back on shelf because I can't do this one-handed, but these are my analogs. I just put them in a little piece of plastic, kind of take care of them. Can you still hear me? I think I just cut out again. I totally lost you. I just realized if I'm not presenting, nobody's going to see. Can you hear me now? Oh. Are you back? There's my speaker. My stand. Sheesh. Can you hear me? I totally lost you. I'm going to turn this off for a second, see if that fixes the problem. What happened to the Google chat? Are you still there? Hold on. I'll wait till you come back. I see your screen. Can
you hear me?
oh, hold on, one of my videos started. Can you hear me now? Just yes. I heard you for a second. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I just have to turn the audio camera back on again. I think I realized what it is.
How about now? Can you hear me? Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
One.
I didn't get that.
Drop. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to mount this camera here so I can go through this stuff. I'll try to mount this camera. I need a better mount. This mount I have is only for a PC camera. It's not for a digital camera. It should do. And I can't stretch it very far. Yeah, it's going to fall off if I get tilted anymore. You can see it now, right? I'm assuming you can't hear me, but you can see it. Just type this in the chat again. On the PC with the mic, I hear some shuffling. Can you hear me talking? Okay. Well, I'm going to turn my computer here so I can see what's going on with the camera. So I just tilted up the camera on the tripod so it's a steadier picture. Oh wait, I just clicked the screen again. That on it shut off again. Okay, so I got to leave this up there. Sent to everyone. You see it? Okay, cool. So anyways, these are all the magazines. Look at that one. I got a couple of those. And these are the original Antic magazines. I got them all wrapped up, so I'm not going to kind of go through all those. But all these right here, these are all analog. I mean, oh no, these are all Antic magazines. I'm not sure you can see that. All the way up to like, they go from 1983 all the way up to like 1992, I think it is. Last one. Oh, actually, I'll show you those in a second. I think it's the last one I had right there before they switched over. This was the last Antic magazine they made before they switched over and they merged with another magazine called Start, right here. And this is for the Atari ST, if you see there. But in the back of the magazine, look at that section. This is where the listings were for the programs for the 8-bit computer. And everything else in the front was mostly just dedicated to the ST computer and everything. These magazines are pretty old. These are the analog magazines I was telling you. This one lost its cover. These are the ones I got at that that store I was telling you about, the Magic One computer shop. And these are some more. What is this? Another analog magazine. Here's a really old magazine. Analog magazine computing. And here's another one. I don't know if you've ever seen this one. This is called the Atari Explorer. A pretty old magazine, 1990. See the date there. This one's another one. A couple of those I have. There's some Commodore stuff in here too. I think I have it on the shelf. Here's one called the Atari Interface. I think this might have been one of the last magazines I got for the Atari before they all. Notice that's an ST computer there. I think it is. And then of course these are the compute magazines that have the the Apple, Commodore, Atari, IBM listings. These are really cool. There's a Commodore magazine called Commodore Run. I don't know if you've ever seen these before. I actually got a couple of these. I wish I had bought more, but here's another one. I bought these because of the listings that they have. I was always interested in like the game programs. This one's kind of falling apart, but there's one right there. You see the Commodore computer at the bottom. And what's this one? Oh, this is a better one actually. This one I took more care of. I probably didn't look at this one much. Probably didn't have any programs, and that's probably why it's still in one condition. You can kind of see it's a Commodore magazine. This isn't Commodore. This is just it's an old C++ magazine now. I think this one's like, it's 1997. I think I got these at the university, if I remember. They gave them away when you couldn't do anything else with them. They had a bunch of those, and this isn't a really old magazine, but here's the last day of Bill Gates before he left Microsoft. This one's interesting. This isn't Commodore, but look at this one. It's like an old Internet Explorer magazine from '98. And here's a different one. Microsoft Internet Explorer. What's the year on this one? I don't know what the year is on it, but and this is just an old game magazine. I'll show you how old this game magazine is. When I pull up the listings, you'll see. Let me find a good page to look at here. Let me just test. Can you still hear me? Okay, cool. So if you look at those screens there, look how old they are. Those are old graphic screens. I think that one might be the Amiga on the bottom or something. It's an old magazine. I lost the cover to it, but there's something really cool in this I was going to show it to you, but I don't know what it was. I don't know. There's got like the old Lemmings right there. This is probably one of the first Lemmings they ever came out with. I don't think this one had Commodore stuff in it. But I remember these Run magazines had some really good games in them. Where did I put those again? I'm going to switch positions here. This is killing me. I can get a better angle now. I think it was this one. So in the back of these magazines, I don't know if you've ever seen these, but they have Commodore listings there. These are actually listings in basic programs. Here's actually a game right there. It's called Leapfrog. I typed this one in on my Commodore computer, and you see the listing there? That's actually the old MLX editor type listing. If you look at it, it's all like in hex. If you can see that or not. My camera isn't the greatest, but there's some pretty cool stuff. Thought I had another magazine other than that one. I don't know what was in this one. Here's a music manager. I don't know if I would type this one in, but it's for musicians. And then the basic programs right there. So just kind of some of the stuff, but that's pretty much the gist of my magazines. So I'm going to switch back over so we can hopefully get to some programming like we've been supposed to be doing on this channel. Oh, I didn't mention them in the background there. Those are all my Commodore 64 books right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show you. I showed these on a video on YouTube before. My camera only reaches so far, so I probably won't be able to reach that far. That's about as far as I can go. Right there. These are all Commodore 64 books. It's when I won a really good eBay auction. Like here's game construction kit for the Commodore 64. Just one of the best auctions I ever won. And then there's some books down here. I've been working with some of these. You can see the one you showed me earlier, the Machine Language for Beginners. Introducing Commodore 64 Machine Code. I love that one. Commodore 64 Music Book. This one will be really interesting when we get more into the sound and stuff like that. And then over here, I have an older book that I had saved back in the days. This is Peaks and Pokes for the Commodore 64. And then this one is my mapping the Commodore 64 book. So that's pretty much all I have to that. So I'm going to switch back and try to get the audio back for you. If I turn the camera off, the audio may come back. Let's try that. Can you hear me now? Maybe. Okay. I can't hear you though. Oh, connection issues? Okay. I didn't know if it was because of me switching out to my camera causing that issue. Oh, those lovely microphones on the laptops. I was going to show you one more thing here. Man, this program. This is actually my laptop, and it's old. This thing is so old, when you turn it on, it burns you. So I don't know, there's something wrong with it. It works, but it's really old. I forgot to present to everyone again. Yeah, it actually burns your leg if you put it in your lap. The fan is so hot it'll burn your leg. Like when I was working as a software developer one time, the people in my group would complain. They're like, that thing is getting hot. It's burning me. So I don't know. There's something wrong with it. I tried reinstalling Windows, everything on it, and it still heats up every single time. I don't really use it enough to really care anymore. I guess for those who are watching, which we have 0 viewers right now, so probably nobody's watching, but whoever's going to be watching later, we might not cover a lot tonight on, we're just going to probably take a break probably on the semi-language programming and just kind of go over some general stuff. I think it's kind of sharing is kind of fun too and learning from it and everything, because he doesn't have his CBM hooked up, and we wanted to be able to work on it together, so I don't want to just work on it from my perspective and he can't assist. So I think that would be a good idea to kind of just play with some stuff. So the other thing I was going to do is I was going to show you that channel for that 8-bit guy. We'll do some promotion here. You can still see my screen, right? I had to keep checking. Okay. So I'm going to go to YouTube. And you just type in 8-bit guy. He pops up right there. And these are all the videos on this channel. You can tell by looking at them already that, let me just zoom in a little bit here. He's a fanatic over the Commodore. He hasn't done any, this one's a really good video right here. I watched this one about the CGA stuff. How old school graphics work. This is a great one. He compares the Apple to the Atari. Really, really good stuff. I think I found him when he started talking about the computer, the Commodore computer one time. I was looking up and he popped up in a list. Here's like some of his setups. I'm trying to find a video where he talks about it. Here it is. Home tour of his home network. We'll watch this one, I guess. I'm going to go to full screen here.
I have received several requests for a tour of my home network, so here you go. I have dedicated an entire closet to be the heart of my home network. I actually screwed a piece of plywood to the wall so that I could freely mount any network.
I'll be right back one second.
My main connection to the internet is a standard old cable modem provided by Charter Cable. I actually have 2 terabytes of file storage. The way I have this configured is with 4 hard drives, each one being 1 terabyte. However, only 2 of the hard drives are used for file sharing. The other 2 are backup drives, and each night a script is run to automatically clone the data from the main hard drives. These drives are all daisy-chained through a single FireWire connection on this old Mac Mini G4, which works as my file server, web server, amongst other things. I also do my voice narration recording in here. That is why I have the big microphone connected. All of these Ethernet cables go up into the attic where they are distributed around the house to wall jacks like this one. I labeled each jack with a number that corresponds to a particular port on a particular switch. That way, if I ever need to troubleshoot a connection, I know where the other end goes. I'm a strong believer in Ethernet. While I do have 2 wireless access points in my house, 1 at each end, I do not use these for anything except mobile devices. So I have quite a few things connected to my Ethernet switches. I'll show you some of it. I have a color laser printer. I do not believe in inkjet printers. I think they're a big waste of money since the ink costs more than the printer. I also have a black and white laser, copier, and scanner on the network. This is my main office, or computer room. This is how things look day to day. I didn't clean anything up for you. This is my main computer, which is a Mac Mini. This is where I edit all of my videos. Here is a workbench I use for everything from repairing computers to shooting videos of things. These 2 Mac Mini setups are for my 2 kids. I even have a computer in my garage.
It's a pretty cool setup, huh?
Monitor on the wall and this old Mac Mini G4. I use it mostly for displaying PDF images or searching the web while I'm working on projects in the garage. This is my wife's desk, and yes, it stays that messy most of the time. This is my living room TV. Besides the Nintendo Wii, you'll also see this little black Western digital box. This thing is wired into my network and allows me to watch Netflix, Hulu.
See, he's almost got 1 million views on his
server. I have one of these on every TV in the house. This is essentially our only source of television content. We have no cable or satellite. Well, I hope you enjoyed the tour. I would just like to point
that's it. Can you hear me now? I heard you for a second. So go ahead and check out his videos. He's really got some cool stuff.
Can you hear me okay, Steve?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I do.
What do you think of his setup?
Very nice.
I think he's like one of these, what do you call these people that do the network setup? I think he does that for a living. I can be
what I was most impressed with was
I lost that. What was that?
his wiring job.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive.
I think he's a network technician by trade. But he talks a lot about, you know, here's a Commodore 64 April poster. I never saw this one. I don't know what it's about. Are you just making fun of something?
The computer with the.
Yeah, that's what he's in at the office. Oh, so he replaced his computer with a Commodore. That's all he's got on that one. But he's already got 264,000 subscribers. He's taken off.
Wow.
Yeah. I could only ever dream to get to 2,000. People don't really apparently like my videos, so I can't help it. I wish I knew what it was. I always ask people like, what can I change, what can I improve, but I never get feedback from people, so I don't really know what to do. I'm also very open-minded. Your audio just cut out again.
Shoot.
I can hear you now. It kind of goes in and out in waves.
Yeah, I'm losing. I'm on Wi-Fi on the laptop here, and I'm losing connection.
That's what it is. Okay. Well, I know you're not into YouTube big, but I've always tried to figure out like what are people wanting in videos? You know, what would really make things attractive? I noticed the Google Hangouts get more views than regular videos do. That's what I try to figure out. Probably because there's a number of different things going on.
I like that. Hangouts
interactive. That's what it is. Yep. Yeah, and that was the whole idea of this. Although I can't get Bo to commit right now, he'll probably show up again in the blue moon. He used to be a regular for me. Me and him used to build stuff on here constantly. But you could probably tell that he has a pretty good grasp on the C64. You just cut out. I heard a boop boop noise.
Nope.
Yeah, you're kind of going in and out. But anyways, I want to show you something. Now we're talking about Borgorn. He doesn't go by the name Borgorn. Only a few people know him under the name Borgorn. This is him right here. He still has a Skittles channel. I think this is, yeah. But wait. There's one video he has on here for a few people know him with Red Devil. Unless he took it down. Or, come on. Oh, did you take it down? Okay. I hope you didn't take it down. Commodore 64. What's his name? I bet he took it down. It would have been in here somewhere. Maybe scrolling, because he was talking about scrolling in that video. He was making fun of this guy right here, so he might be on this channel. Can you still hear me? I just found it. It's right here.
Wait a minute. It looks like CB Meeks has got something on.
Watch this. This is funny.
Let's see what he's got going on here.
He's making fun of this guy's video.
Okay. It's got a Metroid scroll going on here. Not too shabby, I guess. Kind of choppy, though. Well, you do say it's a block scroll, so I guess that's what it's supposed to look like. Here, let me show you what I got going on now.
We worked on this for a while. Pretty fine scroller he's got there. He couldn't get it to go vertical though.
One way.
Without it
way too.
stretching the screen.
Wait
He will do it
for
right
it.
here.
Wait for it. Bam!
See, he loses the graphics in the scrolls.
Too. Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Smooth your scroll, CB Weeks.
And this is the video of him actually talking about how he made this game.
Hello, and welcome to part 3 of my Commodore 64 side-scrolling basic game video set. Today's video, I'm going to show you how I made the sprites. I'm going to show how I got them into the program. I'm going to show you where I'm at in the program. And
But if you want to watch the video, it takes a while, but here's the sprite.
see how it slowed down. I think now I'm running at about 10 frames per second.
And he's very good with his graphics.
Pushing it to the,
And he's also very good at his developing.
I think, to the max. There's not a lot more I could do.
That's done in basic.
There's only a little bit more I could do before this game is pretty much as it could be. I can't take it too far below 10 frames per second before it just becomes completely unplayable. I could go back into the program, update all my coding, like my XS and my YS, those variables I talked about in my last video in the description. And I can speed those up so it'll kind of offset. He'll keep going the same speed as he did before, but it'll be kind of more jumpy, lower frame rate. I can do that to get his speed back up so he's not slow motion compared to before.
I think he said the Commodore 64 was his first computer, if I remember. That's just some of the demonstration, and he talks about the code right here.
1 through 7.
This is mostly a code explanation, but if you want to watch it sometime,
0.
he sits there and explains the whole thing right here.
Weapon 9. Weapon, I'm going to have to change that.
We go back to the
Sprite.
I think it's in 2 parts. Oh, this is the second part. Here's the sprite graphic.
Set SP to 0. There's no animating for standing still, it's just 1. SC. I should have took that out of there. SC. SC. I was going to use SC for.
Anyways, it's kind of a long video, but yeah, and this is like I think this was the first part of it. Yeah, this is like his demonstration for it. He's got some music there. I think this was the first time he made it. It's loading the sprite right now. It's not even running the program. Now it's running it. I don't know what he's got running. There's some music playing. Here's where he was teaching me about pixel scrolling. If it wasn't for him, I would never got really figured out a lot about scrolling. We worked on it together. That's not bad for basic, huh? I think he's got the Blitz running compiler on this or something. Because he's running that on bytes. That's all it does, is jumps around the whole time, and he shows the code, and in the other video he talks about it. So, yep, that Blitz compiler. So yeah, I met him. Well, how did I meet him? I guess he must have commented on my channel one time or something. Hooked up in my chat one day. I still have that program here somewhere. I could probably pull it up on Vice. Since we're not really working on anything else, I could just, let me just get my screen pointed at something else here for a minute. Every time I try to present it, loses it. Okay. Right, I presented it. Is anything shown on my screen? Can't get it to share now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can't get my screen to share though. I don't know. Cancel. Oh great, now it won't let me share the screen. What happened now? This Hangouts has been acting so weird tonight. I'm getting a message saying share your screen. Google Hangouts would like to share the content of your screen with plus Google. Choose what you'd like to share. And nothing is showing up now. What the heck? It won't even let me do anything now.
Huh.
This thing has been such a nightmare tonight.
Yeah, I've been having issues.
You've been having issues too. I wonder that everybody's having issues. Yeah, I can't totally share anything. Let me see if I click my screen, if that'll do it. I can't even click your screen. Oh yeah, I can get your screen. Mine's gone. What happened?
Yeah, I don't see anything. It just goes black.
Yeah, it won't let me share it now. Ever since I switched out, now it won't let me switch back in. Let me see if maybe I had to switch control to you or something. Hide participants. I don't get this. It keeps popping up this box, and I can't even share it with you because I can't do anything, and it won't let me. It's not like picking up the screen, like you can like, before you could click your camera, you could click the screen. It's not letting me do anything like that now. What the world? Let's try playing with some things here.
What in your settings? What camera do you have going? What's the video source?
In my settings?
Yeah.
That's what happened. It says microphone camera. Oh, maybe I have to put it back to the wiretap.
Uh-oh. I lost you. You still there?
Are you there?
I'm here. I lost you there. You said you needed to switch to wiretap.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get this. It will not let me share my screen anymore. What happened? Man, this thing is so warped tonight. I keep clicking on stuff, like trying to turn camera on and off. Okay, is there any other screen open? I hear your cat.
Kitty says hi.
Yeah. Okay, I got it back. I don't know what I did. I had to apparently jump out of Google Hangouts and go back in. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so
I
we're
still
back.
don't.
You see it now?
I do. I do see it now.
Okay, so I gotta present everything again. I keep forgetting to do that. Okay, so I was gonna look up Bo's stuff, I remember. Oops, I clicked on the DVD ROM drive. That's another thing I noticed too, not to get off on a tangent here, but when I tried to copy that Lodestar CD I have, remember the one? Did I show you that Lodestar CD I had before?
Yeah, the one with your game on it.
Yeah, and everything else on it. It will not let me copy those files. There's like some of those files where they're copy protected, and I get error messages when I try to copy them. I don't know what they did to them. They probably did stuff from copy protection. But it won't let me copy them. I have to do them like one at a time. Anyways, getting back to this.
Copy them one at a time. Does that work?
Yeah, it takes forever to do it that way. Like if I had to copy one folder, it would probably take 20 minutes just to copy one folder. I mean, and this is to show it to you. This is very small data, you know. It's gonna take forever to load the CD probably. Like I've been trying to copy the ones with all their menus and everything. And look at these files; they're very small, 800 kilobyte. They're not very big, right?
Yep.
They take 20 minutes to copy this whole thing. Does that make any sense?
No, not at all.
I don't know what they did to it. And then you get error messages when you try to copy certain files over. I don't know. I think something repower my Windows, or I don't know.
You remember the Commodore 64 copy protection? A lot of times what they would do is put bad sectors, they would intentionally write bad sectors to the disk, because if you try to copy a disk, it encounters an error, it just skips over it, right?
That makes sense.
So the copy wouldn't have the intentional errors that they put on the disk whenever you made whenever you duplicated it. So the application, the program would actually look and check to make sure that those bad sectors were there. If they weren't, then they knew it was a copied disk. Then they had disk sector and several programs like that, which was basically a database of these bad sectors, and it would go in and create, fix the disk for you, put the bad sectors back in the disk so that it would work.
That's crazy stuff. Yeah, because they were trying to prevent in those days. And Lodestar was onto that too, but I don't know how they could have done that on the PC though. But I think it might just be my computer. But there's some programs on my computer that don't work now. I don't know. It's all like Camtasia Studio doesn't work. Some other stuff acts really weird. It's like, and ever since I installed Windows 10, I've had nothing but issues.
I've been avoiding Windows 10.
I've been wanting it so badly. There's so many things you can do it. I mean, it's really cool. You can, like, if you want to look at your pictures here, you just hit one thing and you can look at all your pictures on your computer in seconds. I could probably do it right here if you wanted to see it. I don't know if you've seen much about Windows 10, but you go here, and like if I wanted to look at a picture, I have to probably pull up a picture to do it. And you pull up like a picture, for example. I think this is a video. Yeah, this is a video. That's a picture, isn't it? A picture. And you go back here, I think it is. I should forget how to do it now. Anyways, here it is, view all folders. It'll pull up every single picture on your computer. Now mine takes forever because I've got like 3 different hard drives. Look how fast this thing's working already. It's already looking through here, and it's digging down through your directories, and it's just pulling stuff out. That's a pretty cool thing that they came out with, but it takes a long time to load this. It does pick up some things down here. These are pulling from some of my other directories, which are hidden in other drives. But when it's all done, it figures out everything. It loads everything. This is just some editor. I thought that was pretty cool. If you ever want to see all your files out, it takes forever to load. So I go here at the top, you'll see it kind of starts. It doesn't go in order either. I don't know what order it goes in. It just like starts picking them up randomly.
Oh, really? It looks like there's a page.
If you look at the top here, it's empty.
In Bluetooth, it says right now it says August 2026 though, so I guess maybe the date's bad on those files.
Yeah, it probably is. I don't know. It tells you how many photos. I don't know if that's a section or what, but these ones are already right off the C drive, so it gets these ones right away. But then after a while, it'll start loading up all these all the way down here. It just takes forever to go through all of them. But that's one thing. You see there, so you see some videos? This is like some videos it's picking right off of my hard drives. These are hidden in actually my my external drive. It was just some videos I copied from the internet.
I have to deal with Windows Server 20. That's as close to 10 as I've got so far. But Microsoft is getting ready to roll on it and to the desktop next couple of months.
I got bits and pieces of what you said there. But anyway, let's get back to the real thing here. So let's get back to Mo's example. I didn't forget. I can't remember where I stored it. It was under this language. Oh no, it was under this one. I remember. It was under. I had a couple of these named. Right there, there's Red Devil. Oh my God, I got to do CBM Studio. I hope I got that installed on here. He uses C64 Studio. I'd have to look for that now. I'll have it plain sight. I downloaded it.
Is that Bo's game, Red Devil?
Yeah. Dang it, where did I put it? It's not going to be able to run it because it doesn't know where it is. I don't use C64 Studio. It might be loading something here. I clicked on it, now the hourglass came on. What it's doing.
Yeah, it looks like you might have some sort of file association with ASM.
Yeah, when it comes up like that, it means, you know, it's installed on the computer, but I don't know why it's not opening. Let's click on it again, maybe. If it's bringing up which one do you want to open, I don't want to open up any of these. Okay, let me see if I stored it maybe on the C drive here. So I'm just going to do my other directory here for a second. See, this is this right here, this drive Seagate here. This is my backup. I call it my backup. So anytime I have files and I want to save them, I just move them to this external drive. I forgot where it would have installed it at. Maybe it installed it in the program directory. I don't see it. Guess I could always install it again. Can you still hear me? Yeah, there's you again. I switched back to the chat so I could see you. Can you still hear me? I'm not hearing you. Okay, so anyways,
My connection's flaking out again.
yeah, okay. I just want to make sure you can still see my screen, so I'm just going to download it again. I mean, or just, you know, reinstall it here. I don't know if I can figure out where it went to. Be in here somewhere. When did I install it? It had to have been this week because after Bo mentioned it, I went back in and I'm pretty sure I reinstalled it. Let's see, this was all... C64 VMC stuff. What is this? Maybe that's it. There's another thing about Windows. Do you see this message popping up?
Yeah.
There's certain applications you can't run in Windows 10. This smart screen shuts it down, and you have to actually go in and disable the smart screen. I do not like that. So it's supposed to be protecting you from viruses, but a lot of times you download stuff, you know what they are. I just found it. The 64 Studio release. And I think that's where it was installed. Let's see if it's in this folder. We'll reinstall it.
It uses a different process symboler, huh?
It does.
So it's got a different syntax.
It's a little bit different. Took a little bit getting used to. It's got some memory issues though. Bo likes it, but since I got on CBM, I got hooked with CBM, and it takes a little bit of getting used to. You can also tell it's a little bit old school. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Kind of old school.
CBM Studio looks a lot like Eclipse.
Say that again?
CBM Studio looks a lot like Eclipse. Have you ever used Eclipse?
Yeah, for like Java and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, when I did my Java game, I did that. Let me go back to his folder again. I just don't think C64 Studio is updated as often as CBM is. And there's some pretty dated stuff in here, so let's go back so we can find his stuff. Should load. There it is. Oh, you know what? They didn't have it in color before, so they have updated it. Alright, I'll give them credit. They're working on it. I can figure out how to run it again. I've not used it in ages.
Tell it where Vice lives if you want to run it, right?
Yeah, that's right. I gotta. It's not gonna. It's hard to give me errors though. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't format either. You got to do this. Oh, man. All these lines are squished together. It has real funky formatting on it. When I first ran it, I couldn't get it to work, and I was like, "What's wrong with it?" And you have. It's real sensitive to spacing. Let's put it that way. So all of these are squished together, and it does not like that. Well, I mean, there's just not a whole lot, but it's just annoying. Oh, and I think one of these you can't have this up here or something. You have to have this back here. If you don't have it like back here, it doesn't find it. It'll give you error messages. I think that's kind of what pulled me away from it too. What's it saying? The text error line 0. Line 0. There's no line 0. At least I already know what it is. It doesn't like the space.
Oh no, it's syntax error 0 on line.
I have to zoom in. Oh. Yeah, so you see how it is? There's like no space there between the compare X. It wants that. It does not like the no spaces. It doesn't understand. So I just always
can't parse.
File it and run it. Okay, I got a little farther this time. Why is that giving me a syntax error?
You need a space between the X and the pound.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Let me get this sucker to run. And I'll just need that. Oh, now it's going to give me errors on the keyframe. Unused label keyframe. What?
Those probably just warnings, right?
Oh, those are just warnings. Okay, good point. Okay, so now we can hook up CBM as soon as I can remember how to do this.
Oh, there you go. Vice path right there.
That's it.
Just hit that button.
Yeah, I got it.
You got to remember where you put Vice.
Now you know where it is. Okay, so Vice is now hooked up, and we still got errors. It won't let me run. Oh, you gotta get rid of the warnings in this too.
Oh.
It is real fussy.
I guess you'll have to comment out those lines then.
Probably have to. I don't know what else to do. Let me just see
It says it's unused, so it's not being called.
So for some reason, it didn't get got omitted somehow. It doesn't make a difference. Well, this is the program that's going road. If I could ever get it.
Oh, I thought you'd have to comment out the whole routine. You're just commenting out the label.
Yeah. It's still not finding these keyframes. What keyframe? Oh no, he's got code in here for this. What the heck? This is what I was talking about. It's real. I think it might be 2 or 3 spaces. You see how it recognized that one, but didn't recognize this one now.
Oh.
It's real funny on the spaces. Yeah.
Python's like that. It drives me nuts. White space matter.
I don't remember what it is. Okay, I got rid of one. Oh, right there. That's where it wants it.
You got 2 keyframe 2s now, though.
Oh, I do. Oh, great.
Yeah, line 97 should just be keyframe.
Oh, just keyframe?
It auto.
Glad you
Yeah, it
noticed.
auto. Yeah.
It just auto changed it.
Yeah.
It's still saying unused label keyframe. The heck? And you wonder why I don't like it.
Eh.
I noticed it's not giving errors on these, and these are like rubbed against the line. So let me move it back here again.
What does that SEC do?
What?
SEC, that command SEC?
Oh, it just sets the carry. Use that when you're subtracting. You have to set the carry flag, otherwise you'll end up with garbage sometimes. That gets pulled in later. Yeah, this one is not doing very nice to me. So I can't. Is it giving me new errors? Oh, it's giving me new errors. I was like, wonder what's going on. It's looking at every single label now. Yeah, they're different now. Oh, now we're back to keyframe again. Drums getting an error. It was really annoying. That's all I remember. This took me at least 3 days to figure out. Man, because there was no documentation on it. And I was like, what? You can see why it took so long?
Wow. Yeah.
It doesn't tell you anything. It just says, error, unused label, keyframe. Well, it's right there. I think there might be another format version, so I'm just going to skip out of this one. Start over.
Yeah.
Because I know there was one I formatted, if I recall. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder again. I think this might have been it. I think I found it. Great, what now? Solution folder. Did I click on solution? Oh, you have to select solution. Still not there. Okay, I remember how annoying this was.
What was that?
I have no idea. I just remember it was annoying trying to get this thing to work. I had to get Bo on because I could not.
Yeah.
See, but I'm like, I'd want it. So I gotta figure out how to get this thing. So it's a solution. There's supposed to be a project. Let's see, solution or project file. Maybe it's to file. It's already opened in the solution. What? This is the same one? Oh, so you have to go here and close it. Now I remember. Golly.
Wow.
See, it opens a little tab. It doesn't even tell you it's doing it.
Why does it always do it 3 times?
I don't know. Let me just go to file. It keeps saying it's already open in this solution. Do you see it anywhere?
No. I see that message. I don't see it open anywhere.
I'm going to close it and just try to... Oh, this is because it wants you to save the file. Okay, now I'm starting to remember. Every time you want to open something, you have to create a new solution. Does that make any sense?
No.
It does that every time. At least that's the experience I've had with it. So, and I hope I just didn't lose it again. I think I left it open here. I'm going to put it on the taskbar here, even though I hate it. Oh, that's right. You can't even send it to the taskbar. I forgot about that too.
Oh, there's a pinned to taskbar up there. Up two more options. Down a little bit.
Taskbar. Oh, okay, okay. I was like looking for like add to taskbar. So, okay, so we got it there. So now we can just maybe close this and boot it down there. That would have been messed up if it didn't run. Okay, so we'll try this again. Okay, now it's doing it right. Now it's opening up the file that we created. Hopefully it works. But it doesn't load it. There's no code for it. It is so crappy. And this is exactly what it does. You want to replace it? No. Yes?
Huh.
Literally, this is how much time I spent just trying to get this thing to load. I'm ready to try a different solution. I'm just not used to it. Let's see, what else we got on here? Maybe this is it.
There's no help file or.
There's nothing in it.
Is there like a website that has a FAQ or a forum or anything?
Yeah, there is, but I don't know. They might have changed it. I won't want to slam them too quickly here, but last time I checked, it wasn't very good. Yeah, this is their website. You got to search for help.
I plan to add documentation here. Oh wow.
You're not doing anything with it.
I was
Okay.
updated in February. That's not too long ago.
Got it to load again. Okay, I finally got it to load.
Oh, you did. You got it open.
Yeah, now I'm back to the errors again. But here it is right here. It's scroller memory. Actually, this is mine. This isn't his. Darn it. I don't want this. This is empty. I spent so long on it. Maybe it was in Bogoin. Nope, there's nothing in there. Similar names. No. What's this?
Did you have code for all those games? I think I saw Berserk in there. I love Berserk.
Yeah, that was for, that's just a, what is it, PRG file that loads into Vice. You can get all those online. There's a website. I could put it up sometime. It's got all the Commodore 64 games on it.
But you can look at the code?
No, no, not the code. It's just a game.
Oh.
It's in,
I want to see the code.
yeah, I want to try to get the Vos code here, and I can't get this thing to run. Now I'm just trying to remember where he stored it. It was always called cartridge ROM. Wait. This looks like it. This ain't the same one I had earlier, is it? This is the code. This is definitely a code. Oh my gosh. I'm back to where I started. Let's see if there's an auto format. Wishful thinking, huh?
CBM Studio, I use their auto format.
Yeah, this one does not. I don't think. Let's see. You see anything that says auto format?
I do not.
I think we're out of luck. Here's their help file.
What about tools? Was there anything under tools?
And tools disassemble file.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
That doesn't help.
No. This is their help file.
Are those links live? Can you click on one?
Yeah, you can.
Do anything?
I'm trying to see if there's anything that's going to help me output. I don't know what this should be called. That isn't what I wanted. I don't even know how to go back. I mean, I'll give him credit. It's hard to build a compiler, but you know.
Yeah. Click on that. Click on that ASTM editor. Maybe it'll tell us there what column everything has to go into. Oh, look at that! They've got dots before their labels. Is that right? Or no? What's that dot?
Right here. Oh, this dot. Yeah, it's
Oh, that's a breakpoint. Up above.
Yeah.
And move down. He's got dots in front of him.
Dots? I mean this?
To access, no, that's a breakpoint.
What do you mean by dots?
Scroll up.
Maybe on this dot?
On line 6987, it says dot toggle direction X, and on line 6982, it says dot move down.
It's dot notation in this one. That's why you probably saw me in the last video trying to do, look, when we tried to load that bin file, I was always going dot this, dot that, because I'm so used to this one from before, and they do all dot stuff.
Oh, okay. So that's some sort of compiler directive to use the dot.
Yep, it is, and it's a pain. So I'm trying to see, find the value of the label, hover over, breakpoints are toggled by blah, 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 control space. It supports syntax coloring. This syntax coloring is new. I don't remember doing that before. It was all black and white. So I'll give them credit. They're working on it. Probably just a one-man team. Now, if you can take all this code and format it somehow.
That the command has to be in versus the label.
Yeah, it's very fussy. Right now it's saying, I don't like this space in here. And you can't, you just have to go in here and do this. Everything that looks like that. And we'll try it again, but we don't got too many lines to go. Hopefully we don't get those warnings again. I like to call them dreaded warnings. It's smart enough to know where the errors are. Oh, that's fine. What's wrong with that line?
So he's doing parallax scrolling.
Okay, I got somewhere finally, I think. Oops. I just erased something. Oh, it doesn't have undo either.
Or
yeah, I hated this. So it's going to make me lose all my changes. Do it again. It is really bad. You make a mistake, forget it. You're screwed. Oh,
no undo. Hardcore.
Yeah, I tried to undo and the X never came back. It took them all out. They're all gone. I erased them. They all disappeared. How did that happen? You see that? All the X's are gone. Let me zoom in there. It wiped out all my load to X.
Why did it do that?
I just remember it drove me crazy. And finally somebody's like, have you ever heard of CBM Prg Studio? I'm like, and for a while I didn't even want to use it. I'm like, I don't want to relearn a new tool. Then like, you should learn it. I'm so glad I did. This thing was a nightmare. Oh no, we're back.
I guess I'm lucky. That was the first one that I saw.
Yeah, I would definitely say you're lucky because that's a great one to start with. Now, if I could just remember how we did this again. Okay. It's not disappearing. Now, if we look at the editor labels, they're fine, right? This is
it's saying that that's not used. Can you do a find? Can you see if that's being called somewhere?
And I just commented it out. I noticed it went over when I commented it out. This one's saying unused too, so maybe I can just comment this one out. It did, you know what? It didn't do this before. That's what it is. It would never look for unused labels. And apparently, Bo left some in here. It should run now. Oh, we got no errors.
Yay.
Now we need to hook up C64 Studio again. Every time I think I had to do that.
Really? It says there's a button there that says a Wii device.
Oh yeah, I saw that. So maybe it is
What
hooked up.
happens if
It's not running. What's this? Build and run.
you try that?
There it goes.
Yay! You got a joystick in there or your gamepad?
This was the modded version we were working on. This was my version. So this wasn't the version I was going to show you. But yeah, the joystick's not hooked up either. Yeah, it is. Unless it crashed. Wait.
Oh, I see the light showing up on the joystick indicator at the bottom of the light there. You get green and red light.
What are you seeing?
On the bottom row of dice there, you can see your joystick is working.
Oh, well, you can actually see that.
Yeah, you see how it goes green, whatever direction you push, and when you hit fire, there's a red button in the middle that shows up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So it looks like your joystick, it's reading your joystick fine.
Part of the program's not working. All this time we spent. I'm going to say side. See if I can remember that folder. Commodore 64, Red Devil. Because there were several. This is how badly organized I was before, so this is a lot of my fault too.
Yeah, I think after I get my main PC going, hopefully later tonight I'll have it up and running. I'm going to go through and get my code up on GitHub.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you can get it running, that'd be great. If I could figure out where all his stuff is here. I really wanted to show it to you. It's pretty cool.
Have you ever run a RAID array for your main disk, your boot disk?
Have I run a what?
A RAID where you have, I have 3 SSDs that they're 128 gigabyte each, but in RAID it shows up as it puts all 3 of them together, and it will write simultaneously to all 3, so it's 3 times as fast as writing to just one hard drive, but it shows up logically as one volume across all 3 drives.
No, that's the first time I've heard of it. It's called RAID. Like
RAID, R-A-I-D. Yep.
Like
It's a RAID array. It's an array of disks, and I did it for performance. I was heavy into video games. So when I set this up, this computer's probably 6 years old now. I used these Intel SSDs that they don't make anymore. And now that I had one of them go out, you have to have all 3 drives have to be exactly the same for this to work, right? So I had to go and find on eBay, a compatible drive. That's kind of a pain. But I've got it in there now, and the RAID is rebuilding. So
that sounds pretty cool.
It's at this point, I think it's more trouble than it's worth. I think that SSDs have gotten big enough that I could probably just replace it with one SSD and not try to RAID them. But I wanted to recover the data and everything that was in that RAID array, so I needed this to rebuild the array to get the data back. And then I think I'm just going to copy it off into a bigger SSD and be done with the RAID. Because this is actually the second time that I've had this go out happen to me, and it's just no fun.
I guess it isn't no fun.
No, it is super fast though when it's working. I mean, it's blazing performance.
Is it like a card you put in your not a card, like a card you put in your computer, or?
You can. The motherboard that I have supports this. It was it's part of the Intel X99 chipset, which was what I had in that computer. So I was just leveraging the built-in capability of that chipset since it was on the motherboard.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Intel storage matrix is the Intel version of their RAID controller. In the past, I had used like J Micron makes one with a separate discrete card that you can put in.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I think it works a lot better not having the boot disk. Probably, it can be very difficult to like installing Windows. You have to before you can install Windows, you have to install your drivers for the RAID before you can load Windows. So you have to hit F6 and load special drivers before you can even do your install.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's not a normal disk, right? It's 3 disks kind of smushed together to logically appear from disk to Windows.
I'm frustrated now.
But yeah, hopefully I'll get that back up. I'm going to put everything up on GitHub and get organized, and I'm going to work on it tomorrow. The network guys are all in training next week, so I don't think I'm going to be doing any more heavy-duty testing, so hopefully I'll have some more time.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I can kind of relate. I know what it was like when I was a software developer. It seemed like always doing something. Like I got to the point where I just didn't care anymore. I just go home and do my own stuff. That's why I didn't last.
I
Make it, you know.
They've got my cell phone number. They call me even at home.
Oh, brother. A lot of people eventually go on to run their own business, though, after they do it for a long time. I don't know what's the name of this file, though. I might be in the wrong directory. It says save solution as. Oh, no wonder. It's like the whole time it's brought up the save file. I'm like trying to figure out why is it not letting me. It wants me to save this first. Already did.
This program is very confusing.
It is. So let me see. And you know, it won't work. It won't work in CBM because they're different files. I remember.
Well, and it's got that different notation. It's got, different syntax, it looks like.
Yes. And I mean, even if you tried to load it and run it, you'd have to go back and edit it all. You're right, and just it's the first one I started with.
Yeah.
I had better luck with my Commodore 64 assembler. And I could not stand that thing. Do you have that one?
No, I've got this. I tried getting a Final cartridge, which has like a machine monitor in it, and it looks like this Ultimate 2, this 1541 Ultimate 2, looks like it's got a machine monitor in it as well.
That's cool.
But like a true macro assembler for the C64, I don't have. I've never seen one. No.
I was gonna, since I came on that note and I got frustrated with this program, I was gonna switch right to the camera to show you something else here, and then we'll just go right, try something different. We're just all over the place tonight.
Yeah, I've had some serious setbacks this week with my technology.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't lose you again. I'm switching to the camera. You still hear me?
I hear you.
Like the last time I switched, I lost.
I think that was all me, though. I think my network flaking out. Hey, there you are.
Okay, cool. I also have to enlarge the camera. So, have you ever seen one of these?
That's the Final cartridge. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get. So I bought one of those off eBay, but when it came, the package had been ripped open and the manual was in there, which I think was in German. But there's no cartridge.
It doesn't surprise me because there's a lot of people in Germany that really love the Commodore 64. And there's the original assembly development system. That's my original disc.
Oh, okay.
That's where I first wrote my first Commodore 64 assembly language game. I think I showed that to you, didn't I?
No, do you still have it?
Yeah, I have it on YouTube actually. It's gotten a bunch of views too, even though it's got no sound in it. there was no sound. I didn't understand how to design sound. I didn't care about sound in those days. I was all about the graphics and just getting the logic to work. So he just contacted me. I wanted to see what this was. People keep saying no, no, no to assembly language because of the time zones. But yeah, this one's in the playlist here, so I'll just go to the playlist. And it should be right in this 64 section. This.
Oh, your webcam kind of froze. I'm just seeing a
Okay.
image right now.
I don't need that on. I just shut it back off. Why you can still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. I just noticed this wasn't in a play. Oh, here it is. Commodore 64 basic programs. It's not a basic program, though. Here it is. I stuck it in basic program, even though it's not a basic program. Bo liked it. In those days, I don't really care a lot about it. This is actually, this editor here is actually the one I just showed you, the Commodore 64 editor.
I can't see anything on your screen.
You can't see it?
This is our meeting down here.
Oh, I need to probably put the broadcast on again. I'll just put it right onto that screen. Can you see
There
my
it is.
YouTube? Okay, so I have to switch to my YouTube.
Oh, what game is this?
This is one of the first games I designed in assembly language.
Right. This is actually I got another camera closely here.
I took the Pitfall graphics character and I added him into my game.
Oh, is that Pitfall Harry?
Yeah, it is.
Press the fire button here.
I extracted his contents.
Arrows.
You'll have to show me how to do that. I'm interested to see how that's done.
With the final cartridge.
Oh, okay.
Remember that video I showed you earlier, that guy doing that stuff, disassembling on that Commodore stuff?
Uh-huh.
Action replay, it's the same thing. Mine's just
Okay.
action replay, I've got the final cartridge. Which I don't think works very well anymore. Something's wrong with the cartridge port. When I plug it in, it doesn't feed in right now. I don't know if you know what that is, but every time I plug it in, I have to keep plugging over and over and over again before it works.
I've had internally the cartridge, there's like a little clip that holds it straight. I've had that break, and it kind of makes the board sit in the cartridge crooked.
Mm-hmm.
I tried taking it out of the
That's
plastic.
it. It goes in crooked. You just said it.
Yeah, you might try taking it out of the plastic cartridge case and just putting the bare board into the slot.
You mean breaking it? It's so,
Not breaking it. There should be there's just one screw that should hold the cartridge together, right?
oh, there is. Okay, yeah, I didn't notice that.
Right, so unscrew it and take the plastic molding around the outside off. That way you can position the board correctly into the slot.
Wait, I could do that right now.
But I think that's got some buttons at the top, right? You may have to.
Yeah.
Are there any? Is there any screw or anything holding the buttons in place?
Falling out right now. Anything holding the buttons on? I'm holding a couple things in my hands right now. No.
Okay. So they're just sticking through holes in the plastic molding around the cartridge.
Trying to get to my screwdriver. I can't remember where I put it.
I know that feeling.
I mean, I'm organized enough to know where stuff is now, but I think I might have put it in the toolbox or I stuck it down in one. I've got like stacks of drawers on here. I just found it. And my monitor just shut off. Great. Just got unplugged when I pulled it out.
Excuse me a minute.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to check this apart in the meantime. Plastic in here. Uh-oh. When did this break it? There's no plastic. No wonder it doesn't work. I'll wait till you come back. It came off the board. Barely sitting on there. Poor thing. They do hell. I'm gonna switch back to camera. Come on, stay on there. So I took it apart.
I'm back.
I took it apart and I noticed what's wrong with it. Watch. This is the reset switch.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's not good.
I wonder
You
how
saw-
I need to solder that on. I got a soldering iron. Is it hard to solder?
I don't think so, but there is some skill to it. I mean, you get better with practice, I guess.
I mean, could I ruin this board if I do it wrong?
You can damage the board.
Oh, the pins are bent too. No wonder this sucker wasn't working. How do you get the pins bent without breaking them?
Yeah, very careful.
The pins
don't-
they're bent. The camera's not that good, but
Yeah, I can see that.
it's because I pressed it so many times when I was hacking games. Literally, I used to hack games.
Is there a pin that's come off? It looks like there's a piece of metal kind of sticking out where that button was.
Piece of metal.
Yeah. What's that thing right there?
This?
No, on the other side. Oh, that's like an LED.
Yeah, an LED sitting backward. It was just sitting like that. Or it goes like this. Until I broke it. I don't know what I did now. It's like that. So it just sits we're sitting on the top like that. You know, this has got me curious. I'm wondering, I've seen people do this. I'm wondering if I could learn how to do this. If you can go on YouTube, like, and buy an Atari cartridge and take out the chip and stick it in an Atari computer, I wonder if it'll work. I would have to try that sometime.
Well, what I was going to say is leave it out of the cartridge case and then just stick the bare board into the cartridge slot.
It's not good. It's already bent. Yeah, I'll have to try that sometime. I think it was already bent that way because, you know, it's like you can't bend it by your hand. If it were a pen that was bendable, you'd be able to bend it.
Yeah, it might be bent that way so that it fits on the top and bottom of the board, maybe.
Yeah, what about that? You know, it needs to be soldered for sure. I can't risk it. I don't want to lose this thing. It's retro.
Huh.
It would worth a fortune if it worked. You stick one of these on eBay, what do you think it would run for?
I forget how much the one that I bid on, what I got it for.
That they're expensive.
I want to say it was 40 or 50 bucks.
Yeah, if people don't know what it is, but if they know what it is, it'll go up for more price. Yeah, it's back together. Maybe it'll work now, who knows? But yeah, that was interesting. I just now noticed nobody saw that on YouTube. Oh well.
Why not?
Because I didn't present to everybody again. You have to keep presenting, or...
I saw it.
You saw it?
Saw it.
I noticed though what you see is not what everybody else is seeing.
Hmm.
I don't know what's going on with that, but I guess I can show people again to make sure I present this. I don't know why this demo version keeps popping up. But maybe they did see it. I can go back and probably check the video. Run in here somewhere. I just left it open so I could. It's right here. Okay, it was shown on YouTube. I'm good. So getting back, anyways, you were asking about the game because you stepped away when I was doing that. Oh, now it's not loading.
Oh yeah, your Pitfall game.
Yeah, well, it's a space game actually. Wait, got the wrong
Space
one.
game.
Yeah. I got too many windows open. Where'd it go? Let me just close this video window.
You know, you were showing me some alien sprites. Was that from that game?
No, that was the one that Bo worked on.
Oh.
This one, this one took me months to build. Just the graphic screens alone. It doesn't have no sound in it. And what I did later is, I used this as a first video. Notice how many views this video has already. 11,101.
Oh, I'm not seeing your screen now.
Oh, you're not? Oh, wait, my fault again. I probably have to do present screen again. I'll just switch and put back to YouTube. Present to everyone. You see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So getting
Yeah,
back.
11,000.
Yep, 11,000 views. This was the first video I put up there for the Commodore 64 game, and this one just they went crazy over this one. They're like, that's so cool. I'm like, yeah, but I never finished it. It's just a
It looks
demo.
awesome.
A lot of people say that. I guess I'm just like seeing so much better graphics out there these days. I just couldn't appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. It's supposed to be
Oh
like
no, it looks good.
alien ship, and I was gonna make it like he gets lost and you have to figure out where all the crew, basically the crew got kidnapped. So I took this from the original Space Quest because I love that game to death. The Space Quest series, and I wanted to make my own. So I started coming up with this idea. I thought it'd be kind of cool if I could make my own space, spaceship kind of game. Those are Sierra games, by the way, that were real popular. But the problem is I wrote that.
It was graphic. It was a text game, really, right? You
had
to type in command.
Exactly, like the text adventure, you type it in, and the first graphical text adventure. But this kind of spun off from that ideal. I wanted to create my own. The problem is you don't know, but I wrote this very badly because I didn't know how to create screens in the CBM language. So everything you're seeing here is done by what you were doing earlier, which is basically plotting stuff with screen commands. So that took hours. I mean, days, months. So what I would do these days is I would just lay it out in one giant map and just read the maps in. It's much faster. It loads pretty quick.
That looks pretty fast.
It's actually pretty slow.
I mean,
And you see this window above here?
Uh-huh.
That was going to be like an interrupt where I was going to make it look like you were looking in outer space and you'd see the stars and stuff like that. So you could kind of navigate and stuff like that on the ship, or see the ship navigating through the stars. I had so many plans for it. I originally wrote it in BASIC and I converted it to CBM language. I still have the code on an old disk somewhere. I had to put that video up sometime. People would probably be interested in how I converted it over. Because this one's got 11,000 views. But this is going to be the code here, so it's going to take me a second to get through this. You can see the high loader, low loader. That's the Commodore 64 editor. That's how you
what's that for wedge?
The wedge? Where you see it now?
It was list again. It was like the top one.
Oh, I think it's like it inserts it inside the BASIC program, so you don't have to overwrite.
DOS Wedge 64.
Yeah, so you could write BASIC and assembly language together. You wouldn't lose your BASIC program. Oh no, the DOS Wedger. Okay, I was thinking of I don't remember what that one was. I didn't use that one. Something I did. I can't click on the arrow because the Google screen is in the way.
Eh.
I don't know if you can see that.
I asked because this eBay lot that I got came with a bunch of discs, and the guy had printed out the listings on the outsides of the discs, and that C64 wedge was in a lot of them. Like I didn't know what that was.
Was it on there? Was it on that disc?
It's on several discs that were part of that eBay auction.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so you probably
Yeah, I
got
don't know what it is.
This is the boot editor of how you load them in. So the DOS apparently has to load in, and it runs these other programs is what it does. But notice where this one is stored. System 49152. You wonder why I don't like to use 49152. I use this one so religiously, I could not use 49152 when I was running the program. This is why to this day I probably don't use System 49152 much. I mean, this was my main Commodore editor for assembly language. That game you saw with the text adventure I showed you in Bo last week, or the week
The C64 loaded assembler.
I used this editor to write. You don't know it, but there was a assembly language that redrew the screen really fast in that game, so I used that to write the redraw the screen very quickly. Also, the encryption was written in assembly language. I didn't mention that. Because I didn't want nobody to read it in BASIC, so I wrote it in assembly language.
What's your routine to draw the screen really fast?
This one, you'll see it here. I'll show you the code. It just draws a bunch of screen commands. There's no special plot or anything. But I can't get the Google screen out of the way. It says hide. I don't know if that's going to erase it if I click on that. Maybe we just hide it. Okay, they let me hide it. So let me just skip ahead here. It'll take me a while to load all the... You have to load them with get, and you save them with put.
Huh.
It's really weird. It'll take me a moment to get it. Right there's the code right there. You see me stop it when I stop it. It's really badly written, that's all I gotta say. I didn't understand bit masking, I didn't understand bit flipping, nothing in those days. I still have to blame it on the books I read. Some of the books I read weren't written very good. So here we go. Here's where there's the character set loader. I copied that from another program. Here's the one to fill the screen on the bottom where you saw those little squares and all that. See, can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just used store command X, basically very simply, and I did this all the way through the whole thing. So it took a long time. Every screen is done this way. Of course, most of the people watching the video don't even give a crap because they probably don't know what that stuff is. But, oh, that's cool. But if I stuck this on Lemon 64, they would cut it apart. You're wasting a lot of code, and yeah, I can definitely understand why. Everything's all loads and stores, and X this and Y that. But apparently, it runs fast.
One of the addresses in there, I see.
Yep. It's screen memory, so it runs very quickly.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it paints the screen very quickly compared to like the basic Breakout program that I did. You know, it's 10 times faster, if not 100. I don't know. It
Well,
looks
that
seamless.
was basic. I mean, the one you're running in assembly is pretty fast, though. I guess what I never mentioned is the reason why I got as far as I did in this is I was planning to sell it to Loaded Star. eventually. But before I got it done, they went out of business. Too late. I took too long.
You sold them the other game, though, right?
Yeah, I sold them that one. But I was really, really wanting to sell this one because this was my love. I mean, in those days, it was my love and passion. I sat there and built the maps. I sat there and did all the character sets on paper. Believe it or not, that was a long journey. And most of those you're seeing are redefined characters. I wrote it in BASIC first, several BASIC programs, and then I finally converted it over to assembly language. After I think this was when I was first barely learning assembly language. It's a dinosaur. You know, I have to admit, for people who want to know assembly and get confused, if you don't know where you're going, there is a lot to know in assembly language. Even to this day, I'm still looking at these listings and it's blowing my mind. I'm like, what is this bit flipping? And so I guess I could switch over. I was going to show something else. I was going to show this in the video, but I never put it in the comments. Something else that I've been working on to try to understand more about how this bit masking works. The other two books I didn't show you. I'm going to switch back to the camera view here for a moment. Readjust it. I'm just surprised as famous as Google Hangouts, that's why they don't have like tabs. You could just tab and click to get to the camera and stuff like that. Unless they just don't support it. What do you think? Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. So I got to enlarge my camera every single time. But this is one of the books I won in the auction. This is a really good book, machine language book for the Commodore 64. And this is the one I've been taking to work and reading this thing in my car on my breaks and lunches. Why? Because in the back of this book is loads of assembly language programs. Look at this. These are all written in Commodore. I don't know if my camera's not going to show you very good, but can you see those assembly listings?
Yeah. Are those games? What are those?
These are games. Yeah. I'll show you the website if I don't forget. You remind me in a minute if I do forget. I found the website because I wanted to see what these look like, and I'm like, what do these games look like? I want to know, do they scroll? What can you do in these games? And I finally found the website, and they weren't very good. But this is the one I am working on right now. It's called Heat Seeker source code. It's like a plane shoot 'em up, kind of similar to the old what was that Atari game with a helicopter? But anyways, this is really funny about this. In these days, assembly language listings like this were very rare. Very rare would anybody ever print assembly listings, probably because usually most people didn't understand it, or it would just require a lot of printing, which probably cost more paper in those days. But I'm going to turn the camera back off here and switch back to the screen and go to that website here. Every time I switch back.
What I remember compute was they had some machine language that they would just do as hexadecimal in a bunch of data statements. They would have a basic loader, and then you would type it in. It would be just a bunch of hex in a data statement. It wouldn't be actual assembly code. It would be the hex representation of the assembly code. Then they had like a little basic loader on the front of it.
You're speaking my language. Literally, that's how I learned language, by taking apart data statements, because I couldn't afford an editor, and I had people come on here and they still don't understand today why I can do that or why I do that. Like, if you were in my days, if you tried to buy an assembler editor and you're still living at home and you don't have a job, you can't afford a $70 assembler.
Yeah.
So I did it the old-fashioned way. I get books that were cheaper and go through the data statements, find an opcode converter, and just go through all of them line by line and figure them out, basically. And to this day, I can still do that, almost by heart. But anyways, we need this game. I thought I had the link on here. Maybe I did. Maybe it's this one. Let me see. No, it's not this one. Oh, this was anything that me and Bo and Ned were working on last time. don't know if you ever saw this. I'm not gonna get. I don't want to get off target here again, but this is a really cool. If you ever want to check it out, it's a cool editor for SID chip and stuff like that for sound. You can click on these and they make funny sounds and stuff like that to emulate the Commodore 64. Some guy showed me that many years ago in Google Hangouts. So anyways, let me get back to this. I think I did this. Let's see, Miami Ice. I'm just looking up the game name. I think that's how I found it. This might be it. Yeah, this is actually a basic program. This ain't it. It's a bit. Oh, this isn't the same language. This ain't it. But it's called Miami Ice. Unless it's a conversion from a compute magazine. Maybe that's where he got it from. Okay, if I could switch off my screen, I know how I can get to it for a second, but I can't reveal this stuff on the screen, so I'm going to switch off my screen here for a minute. So make sure that I see my screen, and I'm also going to turn my camera away because I'm going to be looking at my password on my computer. This is where I store everything. I do not ever like pulling this file open. I hope you do not see this. You do not see my screen right now, right?
I see the Google Hangout.
Oh, you don't see like my folders open?
No.
Okay, then I'm in the clear. Okay, thank you for that heads up.
Yeah.
So this has got all my passwords to everything. So hackers allowed.
The nuclear. So you don't want to give them away.
Unless you want to end your life. I work in a call center, and I had a lady or whatever called in, and she was hacked out of a lot of money. I still can't say the name of the company I work just for security reasons. But she was hacked out of a lot of money. She called. Have you ever heard of these computer services? And they call people up and they say your computer's broken, and then they go in there and they take over their computer, and then they try to charge them a huge fee just to get the virus off that they just installed on their computer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they did, and I deal with a lot of those people on a daily basis.
But she got scammed. How much did they get from it?
Yeah, big time. $2,000.
Ooh.
I think I just found the website. Yeah,
Does insurance cover that, or is there any kind of fraud protection?
Yeah, we have what's called dispute protection that can only cover so much, but whatever they volunteered, it's really hard to really dispute. We have to be able to prove it with us, with our company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to switch back to the screen here again. Save again to present to everyone. So do you see my screen?
Yeah, game-based heat
so
seeker.
This is a great website too. This is that game, that code I was showing you from that book earlier. It's a semi-language game.
Okay.
It's kind of like a bombing kind of game. And looking at the code, I could tell it's well written too. It's got mathematical algorithms in it and all types of stuff. Velocity, this and that. So I think it's probably a fun game. But I want to use this also because I want to be able to extract some of the things that we could probably use in your program, which is something I'm still a little fuzzy on. Printing numbers in machine language, 16-bit numbers. It does all that in this program. It's a game. And I've got the code here. All I can do is extract it.
Does this game base? Can you download the code from here?
Here, I don't know if you can. Yeah, it does. You go here to this weird download server, but it doesn't work in Vice. I'll show you why when I pick this up. It does something. I don't know what a TIFF file is. It pulls up a TIFF file, TIFF. Here, I just downloaded it on Google Chrome. And T64. What's T64?
No, it's a tape file.
Ah, so you can't really.
Instead of attaching disk image, you want to attach a tape.
Oh, you can get it to work in Vice, really?
Yeah, yeah.
I want to see this. I've been waiting to see this thing for a long time. Oh, good. I'm glad you knew that. Okay, so let's just stick it somewhere where we can find it. And it's called a heat sinker. But it's no heat sinker. So I don't know if we're going to... Oh, that's right. We like a new CBM. We need Vice. So I got Vice already open here. So attach... You said tape? Tape image. Never used it before. You're cool. Am I in the right directory? I'm probably not. Nope.
I didn't see you put it. I wasn't paying attention.
I put it on the C drive. There it is. It doesn't show up.
On your file types there, can you change that to all files?
And I just did. I just didn't copy it or something. Let me see. Maybe I never copied it. Wonder I never copied the dang thing.
You made the directory but forgot to paste
Yeah.
it in.
Okay. Well, this made my day. I've been wanting to see this thing forever. Well, how do we load this sucker, though? Wait. I just touched it. Why did this come back up? Oh, so it's not... You have to load tape. You're not loading...
Right, yeah, you don't hit comma 8, just hit load.
that. Found heat sinker. It's loading it.
Yeah, it's a tape, so it's probably going to go slow, right?
So I need to do that twice. I don't know why people criticize me for speeding this up before. They said, don't ever speed up Vice. Why? Why would it exist? Why would you not want to speed it up? This thing will warp it. It's still not going. And can you imagine that video we watched earlier with that guy? He's got all those tape games. He spent hours trying to get those off those tapes. I don't even understand why he won't even put them on disk drive. Alright, so we got it on max settings. There's nothing else I could do. Maximum speed. Oh, I had it on work mode. 200%. Load it. Does that mean it's loading it, or what does that mean?
I don't know.
That's how you load it, right? Just without the asterisk, comma 8, comma 1?
Oh, for a tape, yeah. Yeah.
It says...
I don't know what it's doing now. I mean, it just says found heat seeker. And
I'm just like, I don't do this. I put it on the fastest mode you can get to, which is 200%. Usually a custom link, maybe you can go faster, maybe.
well, you're in warp mode, so you're going to be faster than that.
Oh, I'm not even on the speed. Wait, I thought I was. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Oh, thank you for... Yeah, now it's going 200%. Still take forever.
Yeah, I think warp mode is no limit. It just goes as fast as it can.
Oh. So this runs slower then?
I don't know. I don't use the speed ups whenever I load stuff because I heard it messed stuff up.
I just set it to no limit.
Yeah.
Look how fast it's going now.
Yeah.
It's still not.
But I do remember, back in the day, it was not unheard of for a tape game to take 10 or 15 minutes to load, right?
Oh yeah, I can tell you stories of those. I think I did a YouTube video on my Atari channel when I won an auction on YouTube. It was for the Atari 1040 or 1010 recorder, and I got rid of mine many years ago. So I wanted one so badly because I had all these tapes at home, and I can't remember what the data was on. I wanted to see them because I can say this because it's not the Commodore 64, but I actually threw away most of my Atari stuff after my divorce. I just was convinced I was going to use it. This was before YouTube. This was before Google was taken off. before the internet was barely getting out, and I thought, I'll never need it again. What a mistake.
Yeah.
I threw away all my software, all the 5-6 years of programs I wrote. Now, I was smart enough, as Bo mentioned, to keep all my Commodore 64 stuff. I could not part with my Commodore 64. For some reason, I could not part with it. And I kept all my magazines, but everything else was pitched in the garbage. Today, that stuff would be worth easily about $4,000.
That's funny that you kept the C64 but got rid of the Atari.
I can't figure out why I did. Probably because I had more C64 stuff than I did on the Atari. And I used it more. And I had all those Lodestar discs. Maybe that saved it. I don't know, because I could have pitched those too. But I mean, I had games, cartridges, all pitched. So I don't know. This thing ain't going to load. I don't know what's going on. I wonder if we can load it in CBM. What do you think? Think it'll work?
Can you attach a tape image in CBM?
I was going to try to attach it as a file. I had to create a new project for it first. Yeah, basic file. It's not a basic, it's a assembly file. But technically, it's probably not even an assembly file. It's probably a binary file. I never tried it. CBM's pretty powerful, so it might let me do it. I'd like to know how to attach it again. So you go here, it's basic. Why did I create that? I don't know why I just did that, but add new files, what I wanted to do. No, how do I add a file, existing file?
It's looking for ASM files, E64.
Maybe we can change it.
Like, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Bo showed he had like a D64 editor. I wonder if there's one for. Yeah, he was able to. He was able to like open, not in Vice, but like this other. I think it was called D64 editor or something like that. So he was able to go in and add, like, modify the disk file and do a directory listing of it and everything without having to get into Vice.
I so wish he was here tonight. It's not a binary file. I found it in the raw files. Import to assembly source. Oh, that's interesting. As data, let's see what happens. What do you think I should do? Import to assembly source as assembly? Import to basic source? I don't know. What's this for? Oh, starting address. That's data. Oh, look at that. It's got the binary data. That can be useful. I don't know what we can do with it now. How can we convert that into program?
Probably have to build
a what?
Build a parser to change the hex into, the labels, the macros.
That makes sense. I just wonder if I clicked on the wrong thing. I did this one on the top. There's my as assembly, but this is going to allow to do a starting address. And it's not basic. I know it's not a basic program.
Well, try it and see what shows up.
That'd be interesting to see. Actually, created data statements. That's helpful. That's really helpful. Ooh, I'm glad you mentioned that. It'll take a moment, but we could read all this in and run it, or try to run it. What do you think?
If you think so, I wouldn't know how to do that, but if you know how to do that.
Yeah, of course. It probably take a moment because I'll have to read these line by line by line.
Okay, I'm going to go check on my rebuild that's going on in the office. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's cool. All right. Error message. Don't like this. Valid label. What? Looks fine to me. Well, probably because I read DT. Oh, maybe that's what it was. Still doesn't like it. Just in case sensitive. X.
Well, I don't know what's going on. My progress bar is all the way to the right, but
What'd you say?
I'm not sure if it's still doing something or what. It doesn't cook, I guess.
I need your help for a second. I'm not used to writing in CBM for basic because I always do it directly in Vice.
Oh, hang on. All right, so right off the bat here, I see a problem. You're trying to type BASIC into an assembly file.
Oh, so you can't do it that way.
No, you have to add it as a .bas. So if you go over to the left in your Project Explorer and click on the directory that says BASIC files, yeah, add a new file.
Thanks. I'm just so used to doing it directly in Vice, I'm doing it this way. Okay, that's cool. Now this should work. Okay, we're in Vice. Cool, cool, cool. Yay! Put it in Vice. Exactly what I wanted. This is awesome. I love how it converts everything over because I was going to have to type in all these stupid MLX codes. I'm going to do that tonight. I wanted to show people this, and here it is right in front of me.
Cool. Does it run? What happens when you hit run?
Make sure it's all there first.
How many lines with?
Put it next to it. So then just read it one by one by one. So
can you hear me?
Listen. Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, dear. Oh, so read MM, token BT, MM. Message. Oh, next without arrow. Oh, why did I stick a next arrow out of habit? Can you hear me? I just lost you. Where's the dynamics?
I'm back. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I stuck a next in here by force of habit, but I don't want to read a next because you can't. It's faster just to read it in through this way. And what you do is you set it less than 1. Once it gets to that -1 at the end, it's done, and you can run the program. It's going to take it a while, though. You can also turn off the screen, and it's faster. That's a common thing on my Commodore 64. Or we can see. We're done. It gave me an error, though. Yes, I know there's
Illegal.
Probably the -1. It tried to read the -1. I know what it is. Common mistake. I tried to read the -1 before I quit the read statement, so I need to do this right. Why did I got 2 read statements in there? What? Did it just erase my program? Oh, I had 2 read statements in there. I don't even know why I did that. That's kind of weird. Anyways, you have to do it this way. I remember. You can't do it this way. You have to do it like this. You have to make it exit the read before it gets to the -1. So you go, the DT is less than 0 and in. Otherwise, keep poking in the data. My fault. That makes sense? Now it's not going to read the -1. It's going to be able to read all the data. And it gets to the end, and it's done.
You lost your increment of DT.
Oh, I forgot the increment DT. Yep, you're right. My fault.
Oh, you had it in there. You just overwrote it whenever you fixed, whenever you put your stick in. There you go.
You have to do something like this. Past time. Watch it working.
Yeah.
Yeah, language learning.
So you did that. You see that it's running, I guess, right?
Yeah, maybe or somewhere again. Oh, I tried to read in. That was my fault. I tried to end this before I got to this, but it should all be in memory now. I could still probably system it. I better save this to be safe. So I can create a new disk image here, right?
I think you can. There's a button down there at the bottom that says Create Image.
That's it.
You have to give it a name.
Just call it. You can't type it very much bigger. You have to make it 2 spaces.
I think you still got to give it a file name too, though.
Oh,
In the file name. Yeah,
what's
there you go.
the name for?
That's what it'll show up whenever you do a listing in Vice as the disk name. And same thing with that ID.
On the PC. Nice. Okay, there it is. Now we should be able to attach it. Okay, so let's test it to make sure that the value's been read in there. I'm pretty sure it has. 67. There it is. First one's 67, so we should be good to go. Now the only thing is I got the code in front of me, so it's possible it may not run it at the very beginning. So I need to find out where it's going to. We'll try it first. See if it runs.
How did you know that it started at 49?
That's what I put it at.
Oh, I gotcha. That's where you started.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
But I need to go into code here. 'Cause that's not the starting address as that guy mentioned in that other video. I can see it right here in the code. The starting address is right here. Right here at 169, 14. So I have to count down what one that is.
How do you figure that?
Just count
You
the
just
number.
recognize the decimal opcode to.
Yeah, I got a lot of them memorized just looking at them. So count these: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 40. $71. Well, there's 100 right there. Should be 122 or something close to that. Down here. Here it is. Boom. So what is that? And we'll just add assist and just write that down. 274. So if all is well, it should load something from that address. It might not work, but oh, it crashed. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to do this. Well, it did something. The screen I had up earlier. It's blue. It did something. It just crashed. That's not the same color as the screen, though, is it? It's blue background.
Yeah, I think the background is.
So it did something. It just didn't. It crashed the game. It's probably because of where it's loading in memory. It's probably ran out. Here's how I can figure this out. Actually, I have to reset the whole thing. Good thing I saved it. So what I think it did, what I'm understanding, whoops, is first we need to figure out how far it read. I think it went outside of the range allowable for this section of code. So when it gets to the end here, I want to make it print 49152 plus DT, and that'll tell me what it is. We're just going to rerun it again. Make it faster.
Try to see how far it gets before it gets the illegal operation.
Give me an error though. Did I not fix that error last time? Yes, that's the error from last time. 49152 plus DT, 49408. Let's make sure that that's read in the right data. Or there. I love this. I can just go back to CBM now. I don't have to list this thing. Let's see what 4 is at the bottom. I don't see the 4 down here anywhere, do you? 168. I'm wondering if it ran into something else. Something in BASIC probably. You were asking me that last 2 weeks ago, or was it last week? Why there's certain areas of memory for certain things?
Yeah, it was the default area for the sprites that was confusing me.
Sprites for it?
Yeah, Bo's file had the memory address offset embedded inside it. It wasn't anywhere that I could see where it started at. So it just kind of seemed like a manual exam using
Well, he started at a weird address, didn't he? Are you still there? We lost you again. I'm just fixing some of this code. I think it might have crashed before it got to there. Where's that 256 coming from? Still here. I guess we lost him. I'll be right back, guys. Forgot what this error message is. Where's it getting this 256 from? Yeah. What world is it getting 256 from? What one's it getting in at? Or before that, there's 162, 4. And then 112. And those. This is really weird. Right after I typed that, he went out again. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to count the numbers next. 256. It's not reading very far in the data unless something's wrong with the data statements here somewhere. It got truncated. I guess we'll just have to print them out this time. Oh. That's getting on zeros. Not the world. This doesn't look right at all. Okay, there it is. At least now we can see the data on the screen. So it's happening somewhere at this line. I just can't figure it out if I'm sharing the screen again or not. Keep back and checking every time. Okay, we should be sharing it. All right, let's see here. Going back to CBM. Lost you again here. And again. So Assemble this and try to figure out where this is crashing at. You back?
I don't know.
I can hear you now. So I don't know if you've seen that video. I'm printing out the data value so I can kind of see where it's crashing. It's reading in too many bytes. It's reading in 256 somewhere here, and I type it in here, and it doesn't come up in CBM. Just put something in here somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where these memory locations are, so I might be able to at least figure out where it is in Vice without having to go through all those lines. Kind of the same stuff that guy was doing earlier. Okay, so let's see, this is 223, 141, I think I just found it. Yep. Stopping right here. Right here. It's crashing in line 1320. I think there's a 1320 here. What the hell there is? I don't see anything wrong with this line, do you? Enlarge it a little bit there. Are you still seeing my screens?
Yeah.
It says it's crashing right here somewhere.
And it was an illegal value, right?
Yeah, it's trying to put too high of a byte value in there. I don't see a 256. Do you see a comma missing or anything here?
That's what I was looking for, was a missing comma. And I think I see all the commas. 1, 2.
Okay, so let's just remember that number there and try it again and see what happens.
I like your little visualizer.
Yeah, I use these a lot in the days. Way to figure out where stuff's going wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
For people like me that can read this stuff, it makes perfect sense. 141, those are stores. 169, those are load accumulators. 198, okay, there it is. It's crashing right there at 12. Doesn't make any sense. Oh! Did you see what it is? Let's see if you can see what it is. Look at the program for a minute and look at line 12. What is DT doing?
DT's your incrementer. So there's more than 256 lines of data to read. So you've overflowed your counter, your index.
So what do you think this DT should be instead of DT? It's on the first line.
I guess MM. I don't know.
It'll never read more than what's already in the listing. It'll hold more. That's probably why it crashed earlier, because it wasn't reading in all the data in. So basically, it got to a point in the program, and it just cut off. And at that point, machine language is like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? We know that as machine language programmers, when you don't have an RTS somewhere, or you don't have a jump somewhere, you have something randomly there, crashes. Because it's already looking at that and turn it into some kind of a code or an opcode.
Oh, we got farther now.
Yeah, we got farther. We can speed it up now. I think we're good now. I love that work note. Uh-oh. We get into 53,247, we're going to run into the sprites. What do you think? You think it's going to happen? Getting closer. You'll start seeing weird stuff once it hits the sprites. Look at the problem on the screen. Boom.
There it
is. This is why you don't use 49152 except for small assembly language programs. Is that Vice? It turned on right? I guess I lost it. Darn, I should have saved it. I thought it was a good lesson to learn, though. I remember years ago when I was working on an Atari game, I got that program so big that it started running into memory, and it would do the exact same thing. It would just turn the screen into garbage after it loaded. And it actually loaded from 3 different disks. It was so massive. It ended up with like 300 sectors. It's massive.
Is that on an ST?
That was on an Atari, and I threw that one away too. Pain of reminding myself of that.
How many? How much memory is on an ST? I don't remember.
On an Atari?
Yeah.
Is the disks hold 999 sectors. So we just have to change this again.
How much memory did you have? How much RAM did you have on that?
64.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. I thought the ST was like an Amiga competitor. I thought it was 16-bit.
Oh, this was the Atari computer, 65XE, like the 800 XLs.
Oh, okay.
No.
I have an 800 XL and an 800, but I never heard of an XE.
The XE came out after the 800 XLs.
Okay.
They're actually selling on eBay right now, but they're $100 just for the computer. Which I cannot pay that much for a computer. Back to this again. Right. Remind me to save this time.
Yeah, so my XL has 64K, but my regular 800 only goes up to 48K, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the VIC?
No, I've got an Atari 800 and I have an Atari 800 XL.
You do have a lot of computers.
The XL is 64K in it, but the regular Atari 800, there's only room for 48 in there. If you flip the top up, there's like little memory modules that go in there. One of the slots is taken up by the ROM.
Oh, wow. I have to get escape here for a second.
I'll have to look up the XE. I don't remember that one. I thought you said ST.
Oh, ST. Yeah, that would be the Atari ST. No, XE.
Yeah.
65 XE. It's called.
Oh, it's 65 XE. Okay.
Go search on it and you'll see it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a safer place in memory to store this massive program. I'm so glad I created this Excel sheet because I can find stuff very quickly. Don't have to sit and go through a book anymore.
I like it, but why did you use Excel? Why aren't you using Google Docs? Then I can look at it too. Then you can share it.
Oh, I'm not done with it yet. People keep asking me it's not done yet.
Oh, okay.
You're
You're gonna put it on Google Docs?
Yeah, I could put it wherever people want it, but it's not done yet.
Well, Google Docs is basically Office, but in the cloud. So there's a spreadsheet program that you can edit it live while it's being shared. You know.
No, I didn't know about that. I didn't, that's cool to know. Google Docs.
Yeah, go to docs.google.com, and actually you'll want to go to Sheets, which is their spreadsheet program.
Okay. I'll have to do that later. I'm just making a note there. I'm going to find this unsafe place to store this in memory. I'm going to switch back to screen because people are like, what are you doing again?
Yeah, you actually should just be able to copy and paste it right out of Excel, or you might be able to save that Excel document as like a CSV or something like that, and then upload the CSV to Google Docs.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can edit it live right there on Google Docs. That's the beauty of Google Docs. You can be editing it, and then I can come in and edit it too if you give me permissions to do that.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Right. So it's a collaboration platform, so that you can work on the same document from remote locations.
That's similar to a repository?
Yeah, everything's stored up on Google servers, So we're making edits to the same document even though we're on different computers because it's all happening on the server.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have something else I'm going to try here, but we're going to release the program for this one. I'm going to overwrite BASIC and just load it in the machine. If Bo was here right now, he'd know what to do, but I'm just going to try some things.
You're beyond my expertise. Yeah.
He's really good, like with mice and stuff like that, and tricks and stuff I don't know. So I'm going to write over BASIC right now. So what, do you see my screen up here for the Excel?
I see the Excel, yeah. It looks, oh, yeah, there we go.
Cartridge is going to start writing into a free area. The ROM cartridge is not plugged in right now. So Bo used this in his program too. This is a gigantic area. It's 8K of ROM, which is massive area. And this program is not 8K. I'm pretty sure it's not. We almost got it into that area, but it just barely went outside the door of that. I'm going to switch back to full screen.
It wasn't on disk whenever you did your, whenever you saved it off to a PRG. How big was the program?
You mean CBM?
Yeah, like how many K was it written out to?
I'd have to go and load the program in again to get that. I can do that.
Okay.
Let's save it again. Make sure it's saved. Put the sucker in. We are going to get this to work. I notice you don't have to do the autosave on this. You automatically do it. That's cool. I mean, if you saw me doing that stuff like this earlier when I was doing the Vice, I'm doing this like this, like that, that's an overwrite command. But apparently Vice doesn't require that. Just learn that.
I'm not seeing Vice. I'm only seeing the Excel.
Ah, I got to switch again. Go back to sharing screen again. So you see it now?
Yes.
So what I was saying is, this is, you may or may not know this in the comments, where this is an overwrite command. Rewrite over a disk. But Vice doesn't require it. You can just sit there and type this in, and it will automatically save it every time. It's cool. So let's see how many sectors it is. We'll look at it. It's 71 sectors. Not very big.
So how many?
I don't know how many K that is. That I can't break down, but. I've got to change all this again. I'm going to create two different versions of it. Okay, Vice froze on me. What happened? Okay, came back. That was a fatal mistake. Okay, fingers crossed. Now it's going to do some really weird stuff. It's going to be. I've got to print the dang numbers to the screen. I don't know why it's still.
Is it going to overwrite itself?
Eventually it will.
Is it still going to be on the load?
It could if it runs into BASIC. That's probably why I just didn't print. Oh, I stuck it on the wrong line. Whoops. I said if DT is less than 0, print. You never see that to the end. Now the thing we can't do is we can't end probably because it'll crash it. So we might as well try to end it, but it may not end it because it might overwrite the program. But it should still, hopefully, it may or may not work. We'll find out. We can just try. What I'm saying is, if it's trying to run the program and it starts finding the tokens in BASIC, it'll start overriding the BASIC program and therefore it'll crash. hoping the ROM isn't being used for anything special.
Well, I do not remember that overwrite command at all.
Huh?
That overwrite command, I don't remember that at all.
You don't?
Uh-uh.
It was in the original 1541 manuals. I think it's going to work because earlier we saw the blue screen, so it was doing something. But we know it just crashed because it wasn't reading in all the data. This is so cool because I'm going to get all those other programs. I'm going to do the same thing to them. I'm going to look at, there's like 3 more games on here. There's one called Campaign Manager. What does that sound like?
Like a political campaign?
It is.
Or politics. Huh?
Yes. Actually looks pretty cool. I forgot to work this. The cool thing about it, as long as it doesn't crash here and it reads it all in, we can still sys to it. We don't need the basic program anymore. But if it crashes, then it loses it. I think it's going for a while, huh? There's a lot of screens in this one too, I believe. There might be some scrolling. I saw some scrolling routines in there when I was looking over the code. Uh-oh, it crashed.
Another illegal quantity.
Ah, it worked. Got to our -1. So,
Yay.
remember what we have to do now is add that number, which I think it was 122. I remember. We just started at the right place. Ah, got it, man. I did. Write this down. And
How'd you come up with that 122 offset? You were just looking at the code and picked out by looking at the values, picked out where it actually started.
well, remember, I also have the code in front of me. I'm just looking at the book, so I can easily see where it's a safe place to start. And I've got a couple of commands memorized, so I know 169 is load the accumulator, which is the first safe place to start it. We could probably do it from 32.7.
That's the key right there. You knew that 169 was how to start it, right?
Yeah, it's a safe place to start. Just load the accumulator with the value. It's basically
So that's how you found the 122, is you found the 169 and then counted backwards to the beginning of the.
Yeah, sorry if I confused you on that, but yeah, it's stuff I kind of do in my head. Yeah, I was just counting what state you're going to start at. Which is what that guy was doing at the very beginning of that video I showed you on that YouTube channel. He was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
He was counting the places of where it's safe to start. So he was starting from it was called the basic, where it's the basic ROM or loader or whatever. But anyways, hopefully let's see if this works. Fingers crossed, right? Is there anything else you guys should do before maybe save it, or what do you think? I saved it once.
Yeah, we haven't really changed anything, have we? No.
I don't think we changed anything.
Nah.
After all that time, here, it does not like it. No, that's a safe place. I think it has something to do with the interrupts. Now, I wonder if there's any way we can convert and run this in Vice somehow. Not Vice, I mean CBM. Oh, probably no. Such a pain. I'm going to get crashing. You heard it make a sound too, right? At the very beginning, it loads the set chip.
It put something up on the screen for a second.
It did?
Yeah, it looked like it.
You see that fast? I just saw
It's
it.
like the bottom turns brown for a second.
Yeah, that makes me wonder, can you slow this thing down?
Yeah, you can set the max speed to be like 10% or 20%.
Running too slow. Oh, it is slow. And the typing is slow. Oh, that's what it did. It created a bar. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah. I don't think we can go any slower than that, right? How did I do that again? Custom. 1.
1%. Good luck typing. You should probably type the sys command first before you change the speed.
Let me type. Yeah. It's like, nope, not gonna happen. Or maybe 5. I guess it doesn't like much below that. Huh? There it goes. BAY will show up.
Well, we'll set it to 100%. Type in your sys command, then change the speed, and then hit enter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be too slow.
I can just run it at that course.
Well, warp mode might be okay. Yeah, now turn warp off.
Now set it to custom. And
Well, you need to turn warp. Warp is overriding your custom speed.
oh, so you always have to check mark it off again.
Yeah. Yeah, warp is basic.
Okay, let's see if they let me enter at 1. Okay, I just saw an enter.
Yeah, I think you entered.
So it's like running it super slow as possible to overrun.
1%. The speed of smell.
Way slower than that. It's not doing anything. It's not printing. So right now it's reading through that code and it's going through at an assembling rate. Even we could do it in Nickel. What do you think? I'm in the wrong place again. So 3.
I really wish there was a way to have the monitor running while the application was running, you know, while Vice was still executing in the halted.
That would be cool. I was going to try different values. So we did. Let's try 5. I have to warp mode up in. Can't tell if we hit enter. There it goes. There it goes. It doesn't stay on the screen long enough to see it.
No.
I can tell you what's going on with it. It's got interrupts in the program, and I think they're colliding with C60 Vice somehow. I've seen this happen so many times. Now, is there a way to disable the interrupts or change any settings, I wonder? This is all snapshot. It's got to be finding options.
What are you looking for?
I was trying to see if I can disable the interrupts. Button here. I don't see interrupts in here anywhere. I see video preferal. It would be interrupts. It would be IRQ, rasters, anything like that. I don't see anything like that here. I guess they didn't think that you probably need to do something like that.
Yeah, I don't see anything related.
Maybe the help command doesn't work.
Huh, no help.
It doesn't do anything.
Oh, maybe it's a command. Maybe it's a command thing. You have to set the command device.
I wonder myself. Maybe directly from CBM or something. There's got to be something else we can do, or the only other thing would be to do is find a different memory location. But it, apparently, I think it loaded it in the memory, because it didn't crash the basic program, right?
Yeah?
Wouldn't even still be here. It's mostly all gone now. Watch. It's still there. Let's see. And I'm trying to break it right here. You see what it? Okay, so you see what it did? Right here. Such a
I'm losing.
in your program. This is basically running into BASIC. Something to do with the tokens or something. So I'm wondering if we just have to new it, maybe? Just done device before. Memory address. Here's another trick I learned a while ago. I did this when I was hacking Pitfall too. This would take a little bit of work. And I need to actually look up this one because I don't have this one memorized, I don't think. The start of the interrupt. Sometimes you can start at the interrupt and it will launch the program without crashing it. Interrupt runs outside of the program. You know what an interrupt is, right?
I know what hardware interrupt. I've never messed with interrupt before.
Well, it's similar to what you just said. It's just basically something running in the background and it doesn't interfere with the program. It shuts it off, runs a section of code, and then it restores all the registers back to the accumulator. So a lot of times you can trick the computer to doing it and get the game to run. I did that by getting Pitfall to run, Batman to run, and a couple others that I hacked into before. And I'm talking about the live games of hacking the Batman and all that kind of stuff. I never put the Batman one up on YouTube because I ran into some problems with that one, but I got the Pitfall one if you want to watch that one on YouTube. It's got like 50,000 views or something like that. And so what I'm trying to look up is the opcode for SEI, which I do not have memorized. I'm trying to think of where I saw that. I have another book here. It's called The Anatomy of the C64. It's got a listing of all the opcodes in it. I know I was just reading this the other day. It's got all the memory maps. It's got the instructions, so I should be able to find it here. It's number 120. Why didn't I remember that? So we just go back to our program. Are you seeing CBM again? I lost you. So right there. 2170. So 2170. Here at the bottom somewhere. $170 right there. I got another trick we could try when your mic comes back on. Can you still hear me? Get out the chat again. So when we get to 120, we just stop and print. Yeah, location, so we know where it starts at. And into work mode. Okay, good. 49,272 is our goal. And work. 49,271. I don't know if you read it. Okay, 49,272. I don't want 49,272. Here's 768. That's my fault. Enjoying this video tonight? She finally got into some development. Nothing really about the assembly language, but so what I'm doing right now, for those who are watching, is I'm looking up the register for the machine language instruction for SEI to try to get it to start at the interrupt and see if we can get this crazy thing to run. Okay, so we'll just edit the code out now. And I need to go a little bit farther than that, actually. Up there, and it's actually read into the correct place. So 252 should be right before that. So anything showing up before that. For why? Oh, my fault. I am so tired today. not DT. These are read memory, not counters. Now we'll find it. There it is. Okay, so let's see, 33,108 sounds better. If you look at the code here, you'll see 120, 169. It actually went a little past it, but it picked at 120. So 32, 145, 10, and you go over here, and it should be, it's not. Where is this at? 173, 66. I don't even see it here. It's like it's picking up another SCI somewhere. Is it? There's a 145.10 before that. That's it right there. 32, 145.10, 32, 145.10, 120.69. Boom, we got it right there. So 120, and you speak in a memory location, should be 33,107, I think. There it is. 33,107, and we'll test that. We lost Darren again. Okay, so what I also need to do is I need to load it in memory because we haven't loaded the whole program in memory. So we'll allow this to continue on. We just get rid of line 16. We don't need it anymore. Time to warp it. What's going on wrongly? Check my memory map, make sure it didn't go any further. Always have to be careful where you're loading that data in. Make sure it's not reserved by another memory location. Okay, remember that location error earlier should be good. Looks like it's missing a value off the stack there somewhere. Turn in work mode off again. The memory locations on the screen. Let's see if it got past that. Everything at 168, it doesn't make sense unless that's just a data run. I just hope the whole program's here. Something tells me it's not reading the whole thing. Well, it's time to crash, so let's see what the crash is about. See. And then that's all the data we have. After our -1. So we'll test it again. It's 33107. Fingers crossed, maybe. It was worth a shot. So it's getting jammed at 34444. Let's see if we can solve that problem. Hexadecimal 13380. We're not even using that memory. Start monitor. Let's say it was 33. Sure, it's on the memory location. And so it's get me back here. Crashed again. The crazy lines I keep forgetting to change them. Server 281. I put it twice on there. Right. So I was going to go over here. Calculators up here. And see where this is at right now. now we're looking at the program that's seen in memory. I forgot about this one. Oh, this is going to show. This is just going to show the data. Actually, I'm going to see that. 9.1. I don't know if you guys are going to see this. I can't expand this one, but this is going to basically show you where this data is, where this game is that we're trying to load and run. So I can peek and jump here, 9.1 AF. We should start seeing something in here. I'll show you. Right there, you just saw something there. Come back. Heat sinker, so you can see it's printing, it's reading the data from the program, so you can tell it's reading it in memory. Some more stuff in here too. There's some more messages. That might not be in the program. Okay, that was something else. Program started. It started at 32,768, which is 8,000 hex. So it's around here somewhere. There, heat seeker 2061. There's this player, ships player. So that's actually printing over here. If you look on the screen here, you'll see it shows players, player 2, ships player. So it's reading in that data. So if you can tell it's read in, the data. Here's just something. It's backward. Players of number. Press fire to begin. Number of players. But you enter the number of players. That's interesting. There's some more data. It's read backward. There's break. Oh, no, this is outside. This is just the tokens for basic. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I don't know if did it crash into basic? Because 32, what was it again? 37,281. What is that? 721. Let's take a look at my book. $37,281 is in the character ROM. Ooh, this is probably why it didn't work. Well, the character ROM starts at 36,864, but this ended at 30. It went into character ROM. Oh, the Windows probably not working. Man, we're not going to be able to fit this thing in anything. I guess we're going to have to overwrite the entire basic program. That's the only thing I'm going to do to see if I can get this to run. I don't really know what else to do with it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're breaking. My wireless net is terrible here.
It's like it kicks you out too now. It kicks you out audio, but kicks you out of the chat.
Yeah.
I came up with another solution. I found out what happened is it's running into the ROM area, and you can't write on ROM. It's too big. It went past 36,864, which goes right into character ROM. So we'll have to. I found another area we can put it right into BASIC at 2048 and just overwrite BASIC. But I'm not sure how this is going to work because as soon as it goes there, it's going to instantly start writing the BASIC program over. So that might not work either. Dang it. It's next. And Notice there's a hidden area between 30,000 that is not listed in the book. I wonder if that's safe to use. Worth a shot, right? This is exactly what hacking is all about. I read in enough room, but I need to find out how far it went over if I need to find out. So we need to run this again, and I need to do some math here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I love how we have to keep testing each other.
Oh.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to subtract the number of math I need off to get out of character ROM and try to stay within free area so I don't run into ROM again. And then we're going to backtrack a few bytes to get out of that area. Does that make sense? To read it in? I'm just trying to find a safer area to put it in.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that memory location 36864 is where the character ROM image should start taking over with the big chip. You can actually write to those, but you have to unhide it and everything. But anyways, I got the warp off. So, oh, darn it, I forgot to. Okay, so it should be crashing normally again. It'll just be the regular -1. Okay, that means I read all the data in. Now the number I need on my screen is 37,281. Let's do the math here. 37,281 minus 36,864 will be safely out of that area. I know. This is one of most things that really impressed me when I first got in front of a computer. When I first learned that you could calculate, they were a human calculator. I was like, you mean you can calculate with these things? Anyways, a little bit of tidbit there. That blew me away. My brother went crazy.
I like how you debug like that. That's a good technique.
This stuff I learned, I don't know. So basically, I added it together. I did it backward. Now we don't want to add it. We want to subtract it. So we got 417 bytes over in the ROM, so we have to back out of that. So the difference would be 1. So what we do now is we take the area where it started at ROM and subtract 417 bytes from it to get the safe area where we need to go. It should be 36,447. Actually, I did that backward. I meant to do this area from 32,768 where it starts and then subtract 417. So 32,351 should be our safe starting place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe go one more byte over so you got 1 byte buffer.
That might be a good point. You never know what's in there. All I need to do is get 1 into that area and it spits up. Just do this for fun. This is all I did back in the days. I used to sit there and go through Commodore Atari programs and just hack them until I could get them to run.
Yeah. No, I like doing that too, just to figure out how things work. You know, I'll change a value or, you know, comment something out or, you know, just see what happens.
It's so much fun, especially when you're hacking real games. That is so much fun. Just go watch that Pitfall video. I actually flooded the screen with water after a while. So all the water in the game, I moved it up to the top of the screen. You're like, how'd you do that? I just the rasters, play with the rasters. Because I never knew that the water was a raster. I found that out when I played with it. I always thought it was a character set, like an interrupt character set. But Mr. Crane was pretty smart. So anyways, 32. Did he die, didn't he, David Crane? You know what I'm talking about?
What's that?
You know who David Crane was?
He's the Pitfall guy, right?
Didn't he pass away?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he passed away. They did like a eulogy on him. Now, if he's the one that did, he's the one that basically gave Atari the boot when they kicked him out and said, we're going to start our own company, and it started Activision.
Yeah, yeah.
It bypassed Atari by far.
Well, the Activision games were so much better than the first part of the games.
Oh, yeah, I love them. He got every credit he deserved. And he created that Ghostbusters on the Commodore 64. There's a video on YouTube. You can watch that sometime. Pretty cool stuff.
Oh, he did the C64 version of Ghostbusters?
Yeah. I think I might have that on my website somewhere.
I think everyone had that because if you hit the space bar, it would say Ghostbusters.
Yep.
Like a
And he designed it. Well, him and his team did. But he was the lead engineer, so he knew what he was doing. Here's how we can safely test whether it worked or not. I wish I had work mode back in those days.
No kidding.
I remember when I was doing that Atari program, for example, I'd assemble it. It would take 4 minutes to disassemble it every time. And I spent almost 6 months building that thing. Imagine
My uncle had, I don't know, he had done something to his C64 and his 1541 where it went faster. He had like a special, I think it was a ROM replacement or something like that in both of them.
Totally cool. I'm seeing some good things here. Earlier, the data I saw on the screen was not the same data I'm looking at now. Earlier was ending with like 168. So I don't think it was reading in all the lines or something. I don't know, but it was getting to the -1. But it might have not been. You know what happened? I think what happens by the time it got to the 32, what I call it was 32.864, it wasn't able to write bytes in, so it was already leaving in the ROM. You know, they're hard-coded and you can't change them unless you move them. And
Yeah.
basically, the game was not loading in properly. I think that might have been the issue. And just some speculating here. So it's only crashed here because we know it's got to the end of the line. So 10 means it got to our -1. Now we're back to our regular stuff again. 32,350 plus 122, was it? 32,472. It'd be good to go. I hope so.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah. I don't know what's inside of 30,000 or 32,000 when we moved it back to, but we're hoping to get this to run. Well, at least it didn't give us the red bar that time. Let's try both of them. Now we need to test whether the bytes are there. Yeah, it started at 67, I'm pretty sure it did. It starts at 67, so we're good there. And it ends at 168. Oh, you know what? No, it was right earlier because it was reading 168 in. But this one did not. Something's wrong. Watch it again when we run it. Oh, wait, now I got an error message. Oh. What did it do? You see what it did?
No.
It just started overriding my basic program. It stuck a comma in. Well, no, I had a comma in there, didn't I? Yeah, I had a comma in there. What's going on? Why is there an error in 10? Oh, it took out this. Yeah, it started erasing this line, so this might be where the text is stored in BASIC. I just need to probably just type it back in again. 350 plus CT, comment image. Dang it, how are we going to get this thing to work? Right. Alright, so let's do some more testing again. You missed this earlier, but I was doing this earlier. Get to 120, stop the program. I think that's when you went out, or whatever you were doing then.
Oh, okay.
This is going to try to find that interrupt and stop at the interrupt. Numbers on the screen go well. Let's see if we can run it at the interrupt. Okay, so it should have read. Oops, is that cursor move? So I don't know why I keep printing to me. -1. But I forgot to print the dang value, so I can't seem to how to do it again. It chopped off my line, that's why. Hey, my DT's gone too. Knocked everything out of this one. That's why it didn't work earlier. Such is a strange world of hacking. Uh-oh, that's not good. I think I have to reboot it now. It's not. This is crashing everywhere now. Any thoughts?
Did you save it? Can you go back
Yeah,
up?
it's on there. Any thoughts? Any other thoughts of hacking purpose-wise that might be a good idea?
Oh, this is really cool. Technique. I don't know if I can help you. I don't quite know where, you know, I guess we need to find some place in memory to put it that's not going to overwrite something or interfere with something else.
But you were right to tell me what you told me earlier, because watch where the program ends at. Well, now it's just crashing like crazy. Why is it doing this? Oh, I'm getting tired. Wait, no, didn't I just do a print in there earlier? Am I losing my mind? I never did a print. That's how tired I am. Mine brings back some memories of nights falling asleep at computers, programming all the way through the mid-mornings so the birds get up. My parents would get so mad at me. You didn't go to bed? No. Well, I did, but I'm going to bed right now. Okay, so why is this crashing? I can't see why it's crashing. It looks normal to me. Equals DT plus 1, read MM, OK DT, increment DT, read it in the next location. I don't know what's going on there.
What was the error in statement?
There is no error. Oh. I am so tired. I was doing that on purpose. I wanted to just get this location. I was turning it off myself, and it's still not. I think it's right here. 32469. That's not finding it. I was ending it right here at 120. I was making it, and I'm using the wrong thing again. Daggone it. MM, not DT. Very simple error to get stuck on. Okay, that's look better. Alt W, remember Alt W, Alt W. Don't forget that Alt W. Okay, there's a 32. It's right there on the screen. 32,689. Okay, now we know where it is. Now we have to read the whole thing in again because we didn't read it in. We stopped right here. Take 16 out and take it all the way to the end. Or 1,000 lines or whatever it was before. Gosh. This is almost the same as hacking third-party commercial software. Because technically I didn't write the program. Not as good as Pac-Man or Prg or anything else, but we're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I've got a Galaxian cartridge here. I'd like to do this too.
Oh, what cartridge?
Galaxian.
Laxian?
Mm-hmm.
You like to what with
like
it?
Raiders, but they dive down at you.
Yeah, I remember the game. What did you say you'd like to do with it though?
Disassemble it and see how it works.
Oh, so you'd have to take it apart to do that. Okay, so let me double check my work here again. Already did 32. I would like to write numbers all over my pad. 32, 350, 32, 689, I think it was. That's the one that starts at the interrupt. Oh, darn it. I forgot to do one other thing. 32, 350 plus QT. Okay, so 32, 863 is right before the ROM card's character image. So we're safely out of that area now. So I think we might be good. Maybe. You were right to go back one byte. The DT was already reading one ahead. Alright. Fingers crossed. Here it goes again. Probably just gonna crash.
It's gonna work. Just crashed. Oh.
And reset. Device is getting angry at us now. Device is like, stop hacking me.
What was that? Was it Vice that threw up that window?
Yes.
What did it say? I couldn't read it.
Oh, I'll do it again here. Run the program again. But I'm going to try to execute from the beginning address this time.
I can't figure out how to make this full screen. Maybe I could see better if it was full screen.
For Vice?
For the Hangout. There we go. I got it.
It's kind of ugly there, though. Okay. Okay, so we'll see if it crashes, and then you'll get to see your famous message. This time I'm going to execute it from the very beginning. Let's make sure that that's rated 67. There it is. It's still there. Oh. The message I got earlier is this. You see that?
Mate Jane, huh? What's that address? What's 3444 decimal?
That's why I use my hexadecimal converter. But you gotta love Windows 10 to put this thing in here. Let's type 3444.
No, you mentioned that, and I looked at my calculator in Windows 7. It has a programmer option.
It does. This one's a little bit different, though. It's easier to use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that one, it's a little bit different because you kind of have to switch it. It's just got a little tab. You click on it, and it shows you everything right there by converting. I don't know. I just found it a little bit easier to use. But it's 13,380. We're not even using a memory location. So I don't know what that means, because
What is that in mapping the 64?
but it's jamming in the monitor. I don't think it's jamming inside of, C64. It's jamming inside the monitor. So we can also go to the monitor and look at it. So remember that 34444. That's what I was showing everybody early before you left here. You didn't see this earlier, did you? When I was doing this?
No.
I was showing people where that game starts to show you that it was loading in the memory. And we started at 2000. Around 8,000 there. If you look here, and can you see this?
Uh-huh.
See what it says there?
Heat seeker.
See, it's loading into code, and if you look down here, it shows some of the text in the game. You have to read it backward, though. Upside down. Going from top to bottom. What does it say?
What does it say? Press fire to begin.
Mm-hmm. And it says number of players.
So there's a lot of it's in there, huh?
Yeah. It's in there. It's in memory. There's some more messages down here, too. But there's a long one. Right? Oh, no. I think I just went into... Those are the tokens for BASIC. I went too far. It's above there. Go to look at memory, because you can actually look at all of memory. I think you might be able to make this even longer. Let me see if we can do that. Most editors have that. Here's the actual assembly code. So we can actually see the assembly code. We just can't see the... I mean, we can see the, this assembly code, but we can't see the actual... How do you say that? We'd have to recreate it. I went too far again. 8,000. So here's the monitor for Vice. This is where it started at 70ED8. It looks like it's all there. So like a machine code to you?
Yeah. What are all those break statements in a row?
I don't know, you got a bunch of zeros in here. It's like probably like temporary data or something. I didn't see a section of zeros, but you probably had them.
Set this to 0. I'll fill it in later as it executes.
That might be the end of it. There's more data down here. Let's convert the data memory address so we can kind of see where it bumps into that ROM. So there's going to start. When you saw those tokens earlier, it was bumping into that ROM area. That's what's hidden in those ROM areas is tokens for BASIC. Using my calculator. So go back here, decimal 32, 36, 64. 64 is 9,000. So let's see, we're outside the 9,000. Oh, no, we're not here. Okay, so we're still safe here. We get to 9,000, and that's when all the tokens start picking up. And everything beyond here, this weird stuff that we saw, doesn't look like assembly code. These are just reading in the byte values. Like the temporary data used in the program for many different things, like scorekeeper or whatever. But anyways, why is this thing still circling? We saw that one, that's the status flags. I just touch it. don't know why the circle's still going. That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Shut off. Okay, they're finding my way. Annoying. I was trying to see if I could look at memory in a larger view of memory. Memory window. I guess they didn't build one. This assembly window. All the same stuff I've been clicking on. Register window. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have one. I was going to try to look at memory, like, so you can see everything side by side. And I just see in the data state. Like, you would see a bunch of AXI code all over the screen. But I guess it's not going to work. Anyways, we were trying to figure out what that register of memory was, 3444. I didn't forget. So I forgot the memory address. So that was the hex 344. So we can go right to 3444. Look at the disassembly for it. I keep clicking on that one. I don't want that. Oh, I'm already there. Oh, wait, what happened? No, this is okay, where is it? This one. It disappeared. Where did it go? Okay, I'm just gonna close and try it again. It's acting really weird. There it is. So we can go to 344 here. And look, that's exactly where it stopped at. That's interesting. Of course, this won't make sense unless you know what this is doing. Jam? What is jam? You know why it's got these weird codes in here?
No.
Because it's not reading them in the correct order. It's going through sequentially here. And as soon as it hits a different instruction that's not equal to a load, store, or whatever, it's going to try to interpret that as something else. It creates these weird data messages or whatever they are. I don't know. They don't make any sense. Bit is that's a assembly instruction, but jam, that might be just a vice command for something, because we saw that earlier. So I think that's probably theirs. I think jam means it's crashing into something. The jam would be like you're in a traffic jam and you can't go anywhere. Let's see if there's anything new. That compute magazine loaded. Let's see if that was the same thing. Here's where's that? On page 56. Yep, let's go. Oh, remember CompuServe?
Sure.
That's awesome. Oh, I miss those days. The day when the internet was a privilege. You know, it was just like the world. It's like the one thing you'd come home to, just to go talk to somebody on CompuServe, or go look up something on CompuServe, or go figure out a question on CompuServe. These days, it's just all, you don't appreciate it. You know what I mean? Like, kids growing up in this generation would not know about that. So anyways, what am I doing here? I was trying to see if I could see where that game is. I just saw it on page 56. Already passed it. This PDF is ready to slow.
I was Googling around trying to find an opcode for jam.
Oh, yeah.
It says it's an illegal opcode. It's an alias for KIL. Is that an opcode? I don't even know. And HLT.
Come back to that 1 second. I want to look at this real quick. Needed a break, guys. Oh, there's a cool game. Look at that. Mega game. UFO, can you see that? game. It's a Zero Foundation. You know, it is for the IBM.
I was going to say, it says for Amiga.
Yeah. This is the same one. This isn't the one we're looking at, but this is the same one in my book. So this program, which makes sense because this book is a computes book. So what they did is they took it, I'll bet they took it from the book and they put it in the magazine later. This is one of the actual games in the book, Miami Ice.
Uh-huh.
This one because it's kind of stupid. It's just a little driving around. You can't hit the walls and you have to get over here. The Heat Seeker is actually the best one. Even though Miami Ice is actually longer than Heat Seeker, this is more levels than Heat Seeker.
You see there where it has a start address and an end address?
Oh, I had to go load the PDF again. That's a raw PDF.
Uh-oh. Hang on, I gotta go check on my cat. What are you telling me? What are you saying?
It takes us that long to get this back up anyway.
You can't sit there. I was sitting there.
T possessive.
I'm back.
You see a possessive cat?
Oh, yeah. She's 20 years old.
Is she? Wow.
Yeah.
We used to have a dog many years ago. Whenever you invite neighbors over, she growled them. She's very possessive.
Oh, she's really friendly. I mean, she likes people.
That's good.
She's just very vocal. She's very chatty for a kitty.
Very chatty.
She always wants to. She always wants attention.
Yep, that would be a cat for you. Here's this other. It's got actually some pretty cool screens on it for Commodore 128. Look at that.
Yeah, the one it's a little bit better graphics. Now you can it actually looks like a car, like a Formula One F1 race.
Yep. Yeah, because I saw there was a lot of different design screens in the code. This is what they were doing. They were drawing the screen. That's pretty cool.
I wonder if that's like column mode or something. It looks, you know, higher resolution.
In what mode?
The 80 column mode for the 128.
It's actually written in BASIC too.
Look at these ads.
They bring back some memories for me.
I wonder if you tried to mail in that special offer, what would happen?
It's funny you would say that. Guess who did that on YouTube?
Someone did that? What'd they do?
A big guy.
Oh, the 8-bit guy?
Go watch the video and it's funny.
He mailed it like he had like a warranty card or a coupon card or something. He mailed it.
He mailed
Yeah.
a card in.
Was he trying to get it? Did he actually get there?
I don't want to give a video away, but it's kind of funny when he says in the video about it. No, it didn't get there. It wasn't. Come on, it's just imaginary. Let's see here.
Actually, this
Print.
was some paperwork. Here it is.
Did you find it?
Purchased February 7th, 1985 from Venture.
Venture.
Venture. You remember Venture? It's
Uh-uh.
like a Kmart. It was a retail store.
Hmm.
Was a competitor with Kmart back in the day. Well, at least in St. Louis area it was.
Never heard of them. They for the Commodore 64? Or just
No,
like
they were just a retail store like Walmart or Walmart, you know.
And you're from what area?
St. Louis.
I'm from Ohio. I remember one day.
I'm in Peoria right now, in Illinois. So I'm halfway between St. Louis and Chicago. So like last weekend I went down to St. Louis, about 2 hours to get there. It's about 2 hours north to get to Chicago.
You live like in the farm section? Like
I live in the middle of the States. There are lots of cornfields and bean fields around here. That's true.
My aunt lived there for many years when she was alive. She had a farm.
Oh yeah, she was in Illinois.
Yep, she lived in Illinois.
What town did she live in?
Peoria.
In Peoria?
Huh? That's how I knew that.
Most of the time I tell someone from Arizona that I'm from Peoria, they think I'm from Arizona.
There's a Peoria, Arizona. Yeah.
Yeah. There was Peoria is named after the Peoria Indian tribe, and I think that they got kicked out of here and they wound up in Arizona after the white man came and stole their land.
I keep looking back on my YouTube channel. You see 2 people rejected no already to the 64 showing up.
Oh, you got downvoted?
No. Like people like trying. I sent messages to because I sent it to a bunch of people.
Oh, to say who was going to come to the hangout? I see.
Yeah, I found a Commodore 64 group with about 300 people and I sent it to them. Trying to get somebody's attention. Eventually somebody's going to grab, you know. And I still got this thing running. I don't know if you saw this earlier. This is an IRC chat. It's a Commodore 64 IRC chat.
Really?
Yep. Called https webchat.freenode.net.
I've seen like Webman 64 has got a little chat in their webpage. I've seen that before.
Mm-hmm. This is just one that somebody gave me on Google Hangouts before. And with this guy right here, this Ski character, it wasn't the exact same name, but there was a guy in here called Ski. Might be a different one, but he was very, very knowledgeable for C64. Helping us a lot. We were like doing the sound. He's like, try this. Here's a baby crying. Try this. I still got that on the disk there somewhere. But trying to still get this crazy thing to work, I don't know. I can't get enough hope for it.
So how much do you think this guy paid back in 1985 for this Commodore 64?
One you have?
Yeah, it's got the price here, the retail price. What do you think?
Wow. Oh, retail price.
Yeah, what do you think?
Original Commodore 64 was like $500 and some dollars.
This is an 85 then.
85. So probably about $300.
$199.
Wow. There's still
Yeah.
a lot.
Pretty good deal, huh?
Yeah, that's actually a good deal because I paid like $300 for mine.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I bought mine, I couldn't afford a disk drive.
I was gonna say the 1541 was $199 also.
Oh yeah. I had the 1541 2 drive. Oh no, I still held that one. Right, because I never got rid of my Commodore 64 stuff.
Let's see, with this recent pickup, I now have 4 of those displays.
Nice. You're like me, like you're like becoming a major collector. I'm like buying monitors, books, and
I am. I really am.
and we'll never catch up to the angry Nintendo video game nerd. I think he's like the biggest collector I've ever seen for 8-bit stuff. Have you
Oh,
ever
does
seen
Commodore too?
That dude.
Does he do Commodore?
Huh?
You do Commodore too?
Yeah, he did a review on Commodore. He has a Commodore. He has a bunch of stuff for Commodore too. But I mean, he has Nintendo, Sega, tons of games. Now, where does he get the money for that stuff? He must have a good job. Everybody's watched his videos. He like rants. You know, he's not like that in real life. They showed a video of what he's really like. He's a really cool guy. He's actually really bashful. Seems like in real life. So he's like,
Oh yeah, totally a character, the angry nerd. Yeah.
yeah, I love his character. There's some really good ones on there. There was one about E.T. I love the one for E.T. I was cracking up on that one.
Yeah, he did a movie on E.T. I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it though.
You have to watch it. It's hilarious. That gone stupid pet. You think? And he would always like comment his opinion. His opinion is like the funniest part of the whole thing.
I remember when that was going. When it was where Alamogordo, New Mexico, the landfill, where all the E.T. were.
It actually became real because many years later they looked it up and they found a lot of that stuff in that hole.
Well, I thought that's what his movie was about him
Oh,
going
the movie you're talking about, they talking like the original time it happened. Yeah, the movie was really cool. They had that on YouTube. Did you see that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I remember when they actually dug it up, and then I think that's what the movie's about, right?
Yeah. I don't know when they did it. It was a couple, like, 7, 8 years ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
A while ago. Yeah, the movie, I guess maybe they came out with the movie later, but it was like so cool. They found all these Atari cartridges, and now probably a lot of those that still work, you know?
Yeah, they were selling them. There, I remember you could buy one.
There were entire consoles in that hole. Joysticks, everything. Was Atari insane? Imagine if they knew about eBay many years later.
They got bought out by the Commodore guy, Jack Tramiel.
Yeah.
And he was not interested in video games, right? He wanted to make a Commodore competitor, right? He wanted to.
Yeah.
So I think that's what happened there. Is he was trying to dump all the video game stuff and move on with the computers.
Was he the one that was a Czechoslovakian guy? I think it was. The last guy who was in Commodore and he didn't want anything to do with the games. This was another year.
Yeah. So.
I don't know. Can't believe I forgot his name. I knew his name so well. CEO. He's the CEO of Commodore. So maybe it was Jack Tramiel. It was Jack Tramiel. Actually, you're right. That's him. He's like a bald-headed guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He apparently really despised in the industry. He was really cutthroat. He bought Moss, the chip manufacturer, because his previous endeavor, he felt like he was cut out of the market because the supply chain, they weren't giving him as many chips as he wanted, you know. So he's like, oh, so I'm just going to buy the chip maker.
It's crazy. There's this picture right there all over the place. Yeah, he was ruthless, you know. And he's totally smashed the Amiga. The Amiga was going to be a big computer, and he totally ruined it for the Amiga. He didn't even want to support the Amiga. Amiga was like a hot selling commodity.
Well, I think that's after he left when the Amiga came out. That's what he was trying to get Atari to compete with.
Oh wait, wasn't he with Commodore though?
Yeah, he was, but then I forget why he left Commodore and went and bought Atari.
Oh, I thought he was at Atari first. I got that backwards.
What's it say in his wiki there?
Find out.
Yeah, there's an Atari entry after Commodore. Does it say why Commodore? Departure. What's it say under departure there?
That's what I thought. He was at Commodore till they liquidated. Because I remember Lodestar talked about him. He went from Atari to Commodore.
I thought he went from Commodore to Atari. So he resigned from. It looks like he had some fallout with Gold. I don't know who that is.
This doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, then he went to Atari, and he
This
was.
ST Forkers, the reputation for Atari. That was in 1985. But then later he went to the Commodore because he was still there around 1990. In the 1990s when he was still on Lodestar stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lodestar about him.
I thought after he left and with the Amiga it was basically a whole different outfit, and then eventually it wound up getting sold to somewhere in Europe.
Oh, did you know he was a Holocaust survivor?
I didn't know that.
That's interesting. That may explain his behavior. He actually helped people. Look at this.
Yeah, he says he lived in the museum. Was he a Holocaust survivor himself?
He was among the many survivors of the Eldon labor camp who tracked down the veteran. Yeah, he was like a hero. Wow. He just wasn't a hero to the computer generation. He's old school, mind thought, you know? I had a manager like that many, many years ago. I used to always tell their manager, I don't understand why he acts the way he does, and their manager's like, old school, old school. Also, he thinks differently. He's from the old school management. We're going to talk about Commodore here. He signed a deal with Czechoslovakian company to assemble typewriters in North America. Tremio set up Commodore business machine in Canada. Maybe you're right, maybe it was first 1960 Commodore went public. Man, 1962? Wow, back there ways. He started with calculators. Most of them did. Look at this. Tremio told calculators were a dead end and computers for the future, so he saw something there.
I've never actually seen a Commodore PET in person.
Maybe they look ugly though.
I think it looks like a TRS-80. Actually, it looks like an old like VT-100 terminal.
Like a K Pro or something.
Those K Pros, I always thought were really cool, especially the portables.
Yeah, I owned one for a while because I knew somebody who owned one and he gave it to me. And I was like,
That's what we need to get next is the Commodore SX, the Commodore 64 portable.
In 1984, China bought the computer division of Atari. So 1984 is when he bought Atari. Apparently, you're right, he was with Atari later. I think what it was they must have wrote like a eulogy on him or something. And I think he had died in 1990. Maybe that's what it was. Which, by the way, I still can't get those disc copied. I should have copied one while I was waiting for this video, because I probably could have got one of them done. I don't think it'll crash it to try it, but like every time I try to copy that thing, it takes forever.
What was that site called? GameBase 64?
What game base?
GameBase? Where did you download that tape file for HeatSeeker?
Where are you seeing game base?
Wasn't that the name of the site that you downloaded HeatSeeker from? That tape?
Oh, HeatSeeker. Oh, you want that? I can put the link in there for you. Yeah, put it.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Right there.
GB6. Yeah.
Yeah, I just searched for it. So.
Oh, and then it's this LaTeX.
Yeah. Whatever that is. That might be it. Word in your language or something.
Oh, I'll have to download the device. In here.
Yeah, have fun getting those to run. I don't know what to do. I just kind of gave up on him. Like I can only hack something for so long, and it just like gets frustrating when I try something different. But eventually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type it into my Atari Commodore 64 computer, and then I'll have it on there. And which is another thing I was going to bring up to you, and I kept forgetting to ask you. I own a Zoom floppy, but I cannot get mine to work for anything.
A Zoom?
Uh-huh. You know
What's
what a
that?
Zoom floppy drive is? I thought you knew it. I'm sorry. I guess it's time to get the camera turned back on. As soon as I can find it. Yeah, somebody told me about it on Google Hangouts many years ago. So I went out and I bought one.
Never got to work.
Yeah, I was dumb enough not to even think to contact the person I bought it from and say, it doesn't work. Now, I can get the light up and everything. For whatever reason, I'll switch back to the camera here. I know I need to turn it back on over here again. Oh, my camera's on the floor. Where's my camera? You're looking at my speaker. That's my, I don't know if you see it, but that's my speaker right there. That's the one I was trying to hook up earlier. See how big that sucker is? It's a nice one. It's a nice bass on gain, but it doesn't work in Google Hangouts. So this is it. Yeah, this is it right here. Have you ever seen one of those?
No.
You plug it into the Commodore 64. Right
Does it
here.
go in the connector slot?
Okay.
So it's got an IEC, yeah.
Yep. And then from here, it plugs into, I didn't show it to you, right here. This is a USB, a very small USB there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you can a 5141 USB accessible?
Yeah, it plugs right into the the Commodore 64 disk drive. But the program or whatever I'm trying to run it on, it never finds the same thing. I was gonna try. I actually did a video here. Let's see.
Oh, like when you plug it in, it doesn't recognize the USB device.
Let's see if I can find a video. Yeah, no, it doesn't recognize it. It should be right here in my videos. I was gonna upload it to YouTube if it worked. But I never got it to work, so I gave up on it.
Do they have like drivers or something that you can load?
Yeah, I haven't really spent enough time to really look at it. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm getting a bad habit of not naming my folders again. I'll be right here. Just jump on the microphone. That's you can see I do a lot of YouTube stuff.
Oh, I can't see anything on your screen anymore.
Wow. Thanks for reminding me. I keep forgetting.
I thought you were doing it on purpose.
No, I was trying to. I keep forgetting you got to switch back out. Now you see my screen?
Yeah.
I was looking at these are all my videos. There's my camera. These are all the videos I've done for YouTube and stuff like that. Let's try to see which one it is. This was a YouTube Commodore Monitor one I did. I don't know what that was for. This is the software I use. I use Movie Maker. It's very generic, but it works. It's the job done. I don't know what this one is. Let me see what this one is. I always name them something normal. Gosh, I'm like, I don't even know what to even say. That's when I was reviewing the books. Gosh, where was it on? There it is. Zoom floppy. Okay, so hi guys, I'm back. That's too loud. Got a really weird display here. Center here is right. Oh wait, it's not that one. Sorry, that was the motherboard video. I think it's this one right here. Okay, so we're back, and I wanted to show you the Zoom floppy up close there. I had to redo this because the lighting was bad on the other one, so I'm going to redo everything here. See how it's lit up there?
Yeah, it's got a really bright LED.
Yeah, it's plugged right in. That's called the Prg Studio, and that's what plugs directly into the disk drive, the Commodore 64 disk drive. Then we got the USB plug. What's that? Unplug. Say that again?
Does it show up in your device manager?
In my device manager? Yeah, it actually does.
Okay.
I think I might show that later here somewhere. It's just for me. It looks
Do
like.
they have some software? Does it show up as a drive in Windows, or is there some special software you have to use to interface with it?
You have a special software. I think I might have done it on here. Here it is right here. Angles are really bad. Right so there. Answer your question. There's what it. Can you see that?
Kinda. I'm going to try to enlarge it a little bit here. Hang on.
I can't enlarge it here. Of course, it's a video.
Yeah.
And I try to make the light go away. Or make the light come back. I don't know how to get the light to come back without pausing it. Or still can.
Yeah, there I see the device manager is up, it looks like. Oh, yeah.
Here?
And it says something about 1541.
Yeah, let's go back to it again.
Yeah.
So it picks it up, but it never works on the software, and this is just showing how it's installed. I always try to do installation videos.
What's the... I guess the software came with it. Huh?
Yeah, it's right here. There's where I recognize. Can you see that right there? The hardware's recognizing the floppy. So I recognized it and everything because I followed the instructions, but I can never get this to work. This is what I was getting. I was getting an error message.
I can't read it.
Yeah, I can't read it either. Is there any Is that any better?
The program can't start.
Because it's DLL missing.
Ah. So do they have a website or something? So if you're missing a DLL, you're kind of need. They didn't give you all the pieces to their software.
There's something wrong with it because even when I downloaded it hundreds and hundreds of times, and it just never wants to work. But here's I think it might have something to do with my problems with my Windows too. I have to blame it on my Windows because there's other, like I mentioned earlier, there's some programs on my computer such as Windows 10 that are not working. I have to blame it on that. Let's see if I can remember the name.
You read the name of that DLL. Maybe we can find that DLL somewhere else and put it in the right spot.
If I could get it to work, I'd love to be able to copy those programs over and show everybody them.
Do you still have that software loaded here?
Yeah, I'll try to remember the name of it. I might just create a folder under here. Trying to see if I created a Zoom floppy folder or anything for it. Sometimes I end up doing that. But I do know how else I can get it, but I need to turn off my screen again. Because it's in my password. That's how I put everything in there. We'll just temporarily disable my screen. So I can just turn off my camera probably. Will that do it?
Yes, I only see your icon now.
Okay, cool.
Of you and your C64.
You don't see Notepad here?
No, I don't. No.
Cool. It always makes me nervous because it's like this has got everything that somebody could bring me for life with.
You need another monitor.
That I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah, then you can just share the one monitor, and everything that you don't want to share, you can keep on the other one. You know. Do you have a TV? What kind of video card do you have? You might be able to do dual monitor, you know, one through DVI and then one through HDMI to your LCD TV.
I know it's not a very good video card because my good one went out, but
Oh. Most of them support dual monitors, though.
That one is. Gotta look up something.
It may not have an HDMI out, but they make converters that'll, you know, and it's just a little plug converter. HDMI is pin compatible to DVI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a passive converter. You know, it's just a little connector you can put in there to get.
I just found it. It's called Open CBM. No, that's not it, is it? Yeah, that's it. Zoom Copy. But I don't know what the software is. I'll turn my monitor on again. Or my screen.
I can see the Hangout. There we go.
How do I get rid of those 20,000 windows?
I think you're just gonna have to put it on a different monitor.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because as long as you're viewing what you're sharing, it's kind of like holding a mirror up to another mirror.
I see. Well, this is the programs. These are the. I don't know if you can see, but these are the files they want you to do the download. And these are the drivers. This is where you install it. This is the manual for it. This is supposed to be the program, but it does not work. So I used an older program that I had, a copy of on my computer, which I gotta look up.
That's not just one program. That's a bunch of programs. Do they have one UI for all of those little other ones?
These are all part of the same thing. When you install it, it installs all these in there.
Which one is the main one? Which ones do you run?
You go figure. I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't exactly make it clear.
No, it doesn't.
This was like when they were first building it too, so you have to give them credit. They were just coming out with it. And like anything, it just evolved over time. So I'm going to see if I can find it. I think it might be in the downloads. You're going to see some weird downloads here. I have assessed over downloads. I'll probably just go here and type in. Go back to that video again and see if there's anything I missed in the video.
It looks like one of those is configuration. I wonder what RPM 1541 is. I wonder if that's something that will actually 1541.
It's Open CBM. I was thinking CBM. I'll get that computer CBM Studio. Open CBM. What is it?
Oh, and there's a configuration file there too.
Yep. It's in my other folders, so it's got to look for those. Well, see how this thing works? It searches really fast. I already searched through all of my folders. I found the DLLs. You can pick a point wherever you want it to go now. If I want to go to File Explorer, I can go here. Now I can just start going in. I mean, this was probably the normal way of doing it, but I like what they really did with it.
Yeah, I think that they took some of the technology from SQL Server and put it into the desktop search. I think they even, at one point they were talking about a new file system that would better support indexing.
Yeah, because their indexing takes a while when you do it this way. But it'll find it. Like I should just looked in the video. It would show me where it was. Right? Why am I going through all this trouble? Oh no, this is just showing the one of the C drive. This ain't it. Why couldn't I made a screenshot of it here?
So I've got this 1541 Ultimate that you can hook up a real 1541 to. I've never tried it.
To an Ultimate.
Yeah, have you not seen the 1541 Ultimate?
Nope.
It has an SD card that you can put in. It plugs into the cartridge slot, and then you can load the SD card up with, with disk images, or I think it'll do tape images as well.
That sounds pretty cool though.
Yeah, it was pretty expensive. That's the one that is came from Germany. Gideon was the guy's name.
Gideon?
Yeah.
Here's their website right here. It's called goforretro.com. I thought you might be able to see it there. You see it now?
The ubiquitous open CBM Commodore Drive Access Libraries.
Keeps going to black if I don't.
Use Zoom. Oh, it says use Zoom Floppy and Vice.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So you have to do it through Vice. Huh.
I haven't figured out how to get it there. Their support's not very good for it. Probably why I never contacted them.
It says it'll work with XP. Well, I didn't see any other. Oh, XP Vista. Okay, got cut off.
I just keeps going back and checking the folder. Unix systems, Macintosh, Microsoft Windows, XP Vista, yeah, and then the other part is cut off. Probably Windows 7, I think. And there's a demo of it right there. There's the schematic. This is what I was explaining earlier to you. Where is this dang folder at?
So where's that? What's that connector for? What's it plug into?
What does it plug into?
Yeah.
It plugs it into the 1541 drive, and it just plugs into a USB into your computer.
Right, but there are some other, like if you go back and look at that schematic or that picture of it,
Oh,
it has looks like a cartridge edge connector on it. It also looks like it has like I don't know, is that a RS-232 serial port?
the actual board, if you want, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you see how on the bottom of there it looks like a cartridge edge connector?
You get it coming clear. There you go. You see it there?
Yeah, but the part I'm talking about is at the bottom of what you're showing there would be cut off.
So let me just play it a little bit and move it up. Okay, dude, move it up. I don't know why I did that. Usually I always have it on the entire screen. I think I was focused too much on the top part for some reason. And then here's where I flip the side. Can you see it now? Is it on this side?
It's on the left.
On the opposite side? Maybe I show it there somewhere eventually.
Right there on the left. Now it's
Okay,
on the
now you can see it.
where your thumb was.
Oh, shoot. Okay, now you can see it. Why am I trying to stop this thing? Right here?
No, it's the one on the bottom.
Oh, it's still on the bottom.
Although I don't. Although those two on the sides, those look like other kinds of serial port connections.
There it is. That?
That's the IEC. The round one is the IEC. The I guess that's maybe a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's like a DB15. Yeah, I think that's an RS-232.
I have
But I'm talking about on the edge of the PCB, there are some gold traces that look like a cartridge edge connector.
There's a better picture. It's not on this side, though?
No, if you were to turn that up on the other end of where the USB goes in, you know, directly opposite that board edge, it's where not where your thumb is, but where your fingers are, I guess, in that shot. Uh-oh, I lost it.
Here. Can you see my screen again?
I see you.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to show you the board.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I do.
I'm tired of looking at the video. So which side did you want to look at? This side?
Nope. Nope.
Which side is that?
Right there.
Right there?
Nope. Right
Oh,
there, yeah. Yes. So you see those gold contacts at the edge of the board?
Uh-huh.
That looks like an edge connector, a cartridge edge connector. I was wondering what that got stuck into.
Does that go into the Commodore?
I don't know.
You never show it that way.
It doesn't look like there's enough pins for a Commodore cartridge. It actually looks too big.
Yeah, it won't fit in. It's too big.
Yeah.
I think I tried it already.
I wonder what that fits into, though. You know what I mean?
It won't fit into the PC slot, that's for sure. I know. But, I don't know.
And those look like one of those looks like a what is it, an IDE floppy drive connector?
Center there?
Yeah, those look like IDE connectors.
I have no idea what that is. Well, I'll show you the PDF is right here. Must have it open and everything. Why did I lose it? I probably closed the folder earlier because I was looking for the other one.
Oh, you got to share your screen.
Oh. Was that because I keep moving away from the thing?
There it is.
So we get it back up again. I was trying to see if it could find. It's still looking. This is still looking for it. It found the folder anyway. It's right here. That's what I said. I'm just gonna copy it. So I'll have to reload this whole thing again. Why did it do that? Huh? Does it keep loading your page? It does some weird things. It's like it seizes control of the browser when it doesn't find something. It tries to find it on the internet. But anyways, here's the PDF. Using copy here. You can figure out right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it goes. It tells you what it is.
And
Oh, those are okay. So that's a parallel card edge connector.
but yep. And that looks like the one I got. Looking right at it. So I don't know what you would do with that. Why would you want to plug something into there?
That would, so like the parallel, a lot of the printers use the parallel or serial.
Why would you plug it into a printer? Or you said serial.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what that port would be used for on the C64.
I was trying to remember what you would do with the zoom floppy. Why would that be on there? They don't really talk about it.
Does that not fit in the cartridge slot?
No.
Huh.
At all. Which is why I thought it was really weird. Anyways, let me see if I can find out what I found about these folders. Way too many of these open again. See, every time I can't find it, it always wants to open that new Internet Explorer thing, what they call that. I wonder why none of these are working. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to leave the folder now. That's not it.
Well, it looked like you had to somehow. I mean, it looks like Vice is going to use all of these different applications.
I guess what I'm not. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess what I'm not explaining is there's a regular exe you can run.
Oh, there is. Okay.
Yeah, it's a GUI interface.
Yeah.
Find it for the life of me. It's got buried in here with all this other stuff in there. See all my downloads in?
What's that? I don't even.
These are all my downloads.
Oh.
If you look at the dates,
Oh.
it's back to 2013. Yeah, I get tired too. I'm just like frustrated. I can't figure out where this is. So it opened up in this folder though. Let's do it. And transfer. That sounds almost like it. Let's see if I can install this.
CBM Expert. Okay.
That was there. Maybe I have to install it. What was that? If I did that system restore, I don't know if that would have erased any files or not. I forgot why it's not on me. I should have didn't go on the desktops too. I should have checked that too. I still have C64 Studio open. That ain't still open. Okay, this is it. Yay, I found it. Oh no. I remember this.
So it needs to know where the CBM directory is, huh?
Yeah, you have to put it in that directory. So here it is.
Yeah.
It still works. But when you plug it in, it doesn't show the Commodore 64 screen. It's supposed to show it over here. There's videos on YouTube where they show how it works, and it'll load your screen. This is your PC, and this is your Commodore 64 screen, of course.
Huh, okay.
It allows to transfer it. You just hit the file, and you can transfer it over. I'm not going to do it now because there's no file there. And then you can convert it into a D64. Pretty cool. If it worked.
I'll see if I can try to do the same thing with what I got here with the Ultimate cartridge.
Yeah, that would be cool. Get it to work.
I don't know if any of these disk drives work.
The ones that you got for the eBay?
Yeah, so I got 2 from eBay. I don't know if those work. I have 2 other ones that I know do work. I should clarify, I guess. I do have at least 2 that I know do work. The problem is always the discs don't always, some of the discs I have are bad.
Is this for bad?
I don't know why. I don't know what causes them to go bad. I guess just they get old.
Platters in them. Yeah, like anything, like my little cartridge here. Look at that. Windows found some malware and Windows Defender is removing it. What malware?
Uh-oh.
It probably just wiped out the program I tried to install. It's like when you install these little programs, it doesn't like these. It keeps doing this over and over again. Do you think we can get this to work?
Do you have it plugged in? Plug it in.
No, I don't have my computer hooked up. I don't got the energy for that right now.
Yeah, it's pretty late, actually.
Yeah, I have to move everything over just to get to it.
Yeah.
I figured it's probably late for you. I know it's late for me.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m.
Google Hangouts has a limit of 8 hours.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just read that today. I think they shut it off after 8 hours. If you're talking to your girlfriend, you better get off. It's a joke. Girls like to talk. Every girl I've ever known likes to talk. So yeah, I don't really know what else to really do with it. When I load it though, it did give me that error message. A required file is missing. Please copy CV. And I have already copied it into the regular directory. That's probably what I did earlier. And where did I install it again?
Was it Open CBM?
Yeah, Open CBM, that's it. Thanks. It's probably already in here. Yeah, it's got a lot of crap in here. Look at all these files.
Oh.
These are all the bins. Copy it, it's probably already there. Okay, so it transferred it. And then it's what it does. Detects your drive. And you just select the cable. Here's Vice. And see what it does. It loads in all these files, and these are the ones that you can use to run the application with. I don't know why it's bringing in all this other stuff, though. Like it read every file in that folder.
Yeah.
So they must have some kind of use. Why would they be there? That's that. You see that? This is what an error message I always get when I do it.
What's nib tools?
It's
I mean, it's basically telling you couldn't find a drive connected though, right? But you don't have it. You don't even have the Zoom floppy hooked up, do you?
No. I have to turn on the computer. The drive is like way over there. That's the room.
What I think that you're doing on the left-hand side there is just a browser to the file that you would want to move over to Commodore 64. Like if you can see where it says source directory and local PC, you can browse to anywhere, so that you can get like a PRG file, right? Be able to
Right here.
get that transfer button over. Hit the ellipses. There you go. Now you can just go to your drive or wherever your PRG file is, or whatever you want to add to the
Wherever my what files are?
whatever file on your PC that you would want to write out to the 1541, wherever that is. This is where you would browse to that file that you want to transfer from your PC to the 1541.
That makes sense. It would probably be in the Commodore 64. Right here.
Yeah, but I think you really want to go the other way, right? You want to take it off of the 1541 and go to the PC, right?
Yeah, you're right. You know what? I don't think you can do that.
Well, they've got an arrow going that way, so I assume you can do that.
I've never seen anybody do it online though. Or talk about it. Everybody does the opposite. They download to the Commodore. Well, why would they have two arrows?
I see what you mean. They get... Well, I mean, that to me implies that you can go both ways, right?
I would think. I would do it, but like I said, I spent a lot of time with it and I couldn't get it to work, and I just think there's just things I don't have missing or something, or the connection's not working. It never reads the drive. I don't know if I showed that in the video, but we just pull the video back up, see if I have it in here. I don't know if I created a second video. It's somewhere here where I started loading it and started testing it. And there's another video somewhere. This is just the installation video. I already closed it. And that was the only other one I had was that one. I don't need to plug it into the monitor, right? All I need to do is just plug it into the ground.
Yeah. Hey, Steve,
Huh?
I got heatseeker to run.
You did?
Yeah.
Let me
Go
switch
back.
out.
Go back to Vice and attach that tape.
Oh, really? Oh, the game. Okay, oh, really? Okay, now I'm really curious. So go. Okay, I got Vice, attach the
Vice.
tape.
Attach tape image. No, it's disk. You want to go to tape.
Oh, okay. I was trying to.
There it is. Okay. All right. I don't know. Do a hard reset or something. Now just type in load and quote heat seeker.
I call the second one. Oh, just the first one, like that.
Just like that. Nothing else. Just hit enter.
That's what it did earlier. It just took forever to load.
Before we were doing load star.
Oh
Going heat seeker, right?
gosh, you got it working.
Yeah.
Ah, thank you so much. I don't know, I just probably tired, not paying attention. That's awesome. Now, I wonder if I need a joystick or what do I need?
Yeah, joystick. And who remembers the tape commands?
Not many people. This is so cool. So now this, and you just click on it. This is what we saw in the instruction when we saw in the assembly code. Remember earlier where it said use joystick
Oh yeah, yeah.
in memory? And then it showed number of players. Yeah, because I
Yep.
knew it was a player. That's totally cool. So were you playing it?
I didn't have a joystick hooked up.
It's like I don't know how to play this thing. I'm trying to go down and I'm dying. Oh, see, it goes sideways. Every time I go up, I die. It's got really good physics in it, though. You see what I mean?
Well, I wonder if the Y is inverted to be like a flight stick. So
I never thought about that.
yeah. See, if you pull back, if you pull down, you're pulling back, right? So you're going up. Or
This is so cool.
if you push forward, then you're nose diving.
Why did I die there? Oh, the missiles are shooting at you. This is pretty cool. What do you think?
Yeah, you got to dodge the missiles.
Yeah. I'm dead. I'm not used to this goopy foot stuff.
Is there any sound?
Let me find out.
Yeah. Nice.
You just have to turn the sound on right here. Sound settings. I'll even turn this thing down. Pick up my neighbors. I can't hit him. This is hard. It's hard to play. I mean, the code, I can see why the code looks so good now. A lot of physics in that code. It's hard to play. How can I do this? It's even harder because it shakes you. You don't have a joystick, so you can't play it. It's pretty fun.
My joystick's on my computer in the office.
Getting back to that, you have a minute here. Do you have it with you, or you don't have it with you?
What?
Your joystick?
Oh, it's on the other computer in the other room.
We should play it later. I'm sure you're gonna play it.
Yeah, yeah.
Heat sinker.
Hopefully, I'll have my other computer going here tomorrow.
That's cool.
My good computer.
The code. Should be a note. There should be a book here. Play the code. This is the actual website right here, though. There's a bunch of books on here.
Oh.
So check it out. It's got like every book You could want for the Commodore 64, probably more bomb jack. You just type in seeker. A couple of them in here, but it's right there. You click on it, and there it is. I was trying to see if they had the assembly code here, but they didn't. Let's see if it's available on the internet somewhere, maybe in the PDF. There's the book. See the game there anywhere?
I do not know.
The book's called Machine Language Games for the Commodore 64. Take out heat seeker. Yeah, maybe. Here's the book. So I can look at the book. I want you to buy it. Oh, wait, wasn't that it? Yeah, here it is. So I should be able to. Oh, I gotta do stupid page turning things again. How do I get to the end of the book? That's the last pages. It'll take forever.
There's no way to jump to a particular page.
I
Oh,
found
there you
it little pages there. So here's the code in the back, so I'll have to zoom in here a little bit. It won't let me zoom.
That's the code for heat seeker?
Well, it's some of the code. I don't know what happened here. I was trying to zoom in. Okay, I guess it's acting really weird when I try to zoom in. Doesn't like you zoom in. As best as I can get it.
There's a magnifying glass there in the PDF viewer. Oh, that's a search. It's not a zoom.
Yeah, search. I'm using the middle mouse button, but it won't let you zoom. About as good as I can get it is like that. But this heat seeker is in here. I think this might be a campaign manager. Right there. Yeah, I wish I could zoom in on this, but we could download it, right? Can we?
Yeah, right there. The disk.
Oh, the disk.
Yeah, right there. Oh, that just says software. Oh, go down below into the PDF itself, and then click on the black space over there on the left.
I was going to try to do it that way.
That's just an image.
I won't do it. Oh, JPEG. Go
Click
over
on the
now.
over on the left.
Left.
Yeah. Is there anything that shows up whenever you click over there? In the PDF reader.
Up above.
Yeah, you see where it's black, kind of next to the page? Yeah, right there. Just don't right click, just left click.
Oh, left click.
Yeah.
No, it won't let you.
Nothing shows up there? What happens if you click on the page?
That.
No, left click, not right click.
Oh, that's right. It just turns the pages. There's download options over here.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can download right there. PDF.
Here we go. I take a oh, it's pretty fast. That's super fast.
Machine language games for the Commodore. Let me see if I can download that too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thanks for the tip. I never would have thought about that. Here we go. And now we can see it much better. As I've been playing and looking at the code all work today, trying to figure out what it was doing. I was getting an idea that there was some mathematical routines. That's why I noticed that the plane was going to move in different directions because the code is really well. It's really documented really well. Like down here, it talks about the buttons, launch chaser, add score, in the game. It's down here somewhere. Move up, move down, right here. See, it says make Y velocity increment. That's where we were getting those funny movements. Find vector from chaser to plane. That's probably where the missile's chasing you. or where you're shooting them. Here's a wrapping, so it wraps around the screen. It's well documented. Now that we can run the game, I can figure it out even better. Decide which way to turn. Compare quadrants. What's that mean? Is a quadrant like a direction? Shut some of these down here. What no quadrant is. Equal to 1/4 of a circle or half a semicircle. Pretty cool stuff, man.
I guess you must be using that for the heat seeking, to track, so the missile can track where the plane is and adjust its flight path.
Does that make a circle? It's like a semicircle is what it said on the dictionary description. I lost where that was again. And right here, compare quadrants. And this code is subtracting, and this is dividing. If you're subtracting something, you're reducing it, you're dividing it, you're halving it, which would make the semicircle, which kind of makes sense, I think. I wonder if it's like when it flips upside down. I've never seen a sprite do that. That's kind of cool. And here's the 16-bit math code for it. And here's all the crazy data. You asked about those zeros earlier? There's all those zeros right there.
Yeah. You were right, these placeholders for variables.
And that's always common on the Common 64 or any machine language game.
What page did that start? 190 something?
This one, I have it at 190. Let's see. I mean, there's several games. There's 4 games in general, but the Heat Seeker starts at, where does it start? Right here, 179.
179. Big listing.
It's pretty big. There's a couple other ones in here, but they're not really worth really looking at. This one's my favorite. Play again. That's a hard game. So here's it checks that the bases are destroyed.
What's the dual columns there? What's the left? So there's what? There's 4. What is that?
What are you looking at?
The column on the far left.
Or it says, is it a rocket?
I guess, how do you read this? Are they dual columning the page? Do you go from the top of one column,
Oh,
another
yeah.
column?
You're right. It goes from the left-hand side to the right, just like a book, like that. Just 2 pages. And then when you get down here at the bottom, you go all the way back up here. And look at the addresses: A09, A0C, which is the next one. This must be where that missile's chasing you. No, this is a crash. What's the chaser? Oh, that's how the missile chases after you. You can see this is the position of the missile right here. This is probably where it's making a sound or something. And here's where your plane crashes. Launch shot. I wonder how to get all the bases. It's 2-player also. Yeah, I'll run it again. Oh, I like how they look at that. It goes yes, no. See that? You just select yes or no in the direction. I'm going to make it do 2 players, see what happens.
Is it 2 players versus each other?
No, they play it one at a time. Look at their turn zooming out. Play it. I can't play this. It's hard. It's like you have to keep moving it really fast. Up and down. This sort of got a dodge. Hey, I almost got it. Ah. Well written now, you know? I noticed when you're moving, you only press the fire button and it fires automatically. That's really well written. I could stay off. You're safer at the bottom. I can't stay off the ground. I can't do it. End of game. There's the interrupt movement code. So those missiles are moving by interrupt by themselves. Actually, the joystick and everything is in the interrupt. That's kind of cool. Find vector from chaser to plane. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh, I was going to say, this is where it draws the whole screen. And it's drawing this inside of an interrupt, so it's constantly drawing the screen. I don't know why they're doing that, but maybe just redrawing the missiles or something. Unless there's just something else that's going to happen later if you ever get past that first screen. Good luck with that. A hard game. There's other ones in here too, since you said you could do all of them. The campaign manager and all the other ones. Campaign manager. This one is massive.
You gonna run that one?
I'd have to load it in to run it first, though. You'd still have to convert the code and everything.
Do you have a tape image?
Oh, that's right. We can just download the tape image with it. We don't even need to do all that. That's right. We were trying to do it the old school way. I have a bad habit of doing it. My middle name is old school. How did I get back to that page again?
What was that URL? It was like c64music.co.uk.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I still had it here anywhere. I don't think I do. I'm just using the original one. Maybe just click on this. Take me back to the index. So this is the main page right here. Let's see. 2200 database entries. Base. And the name of this page is. Oh, the name of it is. They don't have like a back button or anything you can go to.
What if you hit back in your browser?
Huh? Download. VB6 runtime files. I don't know what all this is. Games. We don't store any games on our servers. Articles. That's a massive site. Maybe this is it. That's the same file. Games instead. Alright, let's look it up the old-fashioned way. Say goodbye to the chat people. They weren't talking to me anyway. Did I do that? Okay, I'm going to do a heat seeker. I don't even see it here anywhere, do you?
You looking for Campaign Manager?
I'm looking for GB64 or whatever this website is. You just have to type in GB64. I guess that's it. Yeah.
I found Campaign Manager.
You put the link in for me because I'm in trouble. Guy's talking about his childhood now.
Yeah, I put it in chat.
Okay.
And it's a tape image also.
Awesome. I get in trouble. Cool. Looks pretty cool.
How I found it, Steve, if you look up there, it says published, and then there's a link for the magazine. I clicked on that. Click up a little bit higher. See where it says published? Right under game info. To the left of the screenshot, the first line. Yep. Go down. Go. Yep. No. Click on the one that is compute. Not the year. The year is a separate link, but yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, it takes you to everything.
Yeah. Everything that was published in compute. And then from there, I just scrolled over to the C section and looked for Campaign Manager.
The compute need a lot of stuff. Thanks, that's cool. So I should be able to download this now, and I already got it downloading 3 times here.
What would be your, what else? What was the other ones besides Campaign Manager?
Miami Ice. That's the one we saw with that racing car. And
Oh yeah.
Laser Beam, Whirlybird. Whirlybird looks fun too. And there's Nessie, Cutoff. Look here. Beautiful. But Heat Seeker is the best. I could just tell by looking at the code and reading about it. Okay, so get back to my folder. Divided my heat seeker. Wait, don't we have to convert it first?
No, I just got attached.
You just download it? Or you
Yeah,
don't even need to convert it then?
No, just download it and then go to File, Attach Tape Image.
Okay,
That
it's just that simple.
was Heat Seeker, though. I thought you wanted to do Campaign Manager.
Default to that one. It's actually called Campaign Manager. It loads pretty fast, I think, too.
Oh, I think you got to type in the whole name. It's just going to keep looping again.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think you can use the wildcard for the tape.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Apparently, I don't know if that's a real thing or if it's just the way Vice is working here. But I was only able to get that other one to work by typing in the whole file name, not using wildcards.
Heat it up.
Still doing it.
Yeah. So what did you do again?
I would have done just what you did there, just load Campaign Manager. Yeah, attach the image. It should still be attached, though, right?
Oh, yes. It's called Campaign Manager. It's only 27 sectors. That
Yep.
last time. You guys, you hung up. There it is.
Run.
Got it. Ooh, that's nice.
Nice colors.
How to move copy the arrow keys. Something like that. Oh, Democrat or Republican? I'm Trump. What do you think about him?
Donald Trump? I don't know. I think it'll be a disaster. I mean, I guess there's some part of me that wants him to win just because it'll be so entertaining. But then the rational part of me that actually has to live in the United States while he's president thinks that it would be a complete disaster.
Just to hear him talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's so
Good business sense. He just doesn't listen to people.
well, and you know, you can't run a country like a business, right?
Yeah.
In a business, you can file bankruptcy, right? We're not going to be able to do that. I mean, and he's filed bankruptcy at least twice. You know, you can't do that with a country
Yeah.
and start over, right? And he always wants to sue people, right? So you're not going to be able to sue people to get them to do what you want them to do. I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing started. Okay, there it goes.
But then on the other hand, you know, Hillary Clinton is bought and paid for is only in the pocket of, you know, whoever will pay her.
Well, look, pick her name in. Put the first letter in, and we can take nothing else. Player 2, Democratic candidate. Why does it keep going back here? Oh, one's a Democrat and one's a Republican. Player 2 is going to be Democrat. What makes it a Republican and Republican?
The red states and blue states.
I'll check this out. Campaign TV ads, fundraiser. Map, travel, reconsider. What does it say? It says TV ads 3. Do a fundraiser. How does that work? Is numbers changing?
This looks like a game where you need a manual.
Do you have the what?
I think you need a manual for this one. It just looks pretty complicated. I don't know.
Yeah, guys. I don't get it. I'm just like clicking on all kinds of stuff trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Look, it did Z's when I clicked on that one. Oh, look at this. Yeah, because the listing in this thing is like twice as long, almost as like a heat seeker. Now I can see why. You could pick the state. My home state. You're probably building a campaign, I imagine. There's a menu too. That takes you back. The menu takes you right back. But here's a menu. Not bad for a compute game, huh?
Yeah.
There's no help file though. It almost reminds me of Ghostbusters, was like moving all the stuff around and you didn't drag it. It's almost as boring as politics.
You better buy a vacuum cleaner for your car so you can get those on the way to the...
Pretty much. I didn't see, like, I kept looking on the left there and I didn't see any of the statistics change, so I don't quite get what's going on there. I think this number down here is changing, probably for the funding. So the other one was the whirlybird. I know that was a pretty cool one. Supposing someone knows here. Oh, these are in alphabetical order, aren't they? Nope, they're not. Wait, no, there's some more pages, I see. Oh, this one's massive. You can actually go and you can download all these.
Yeah, I think that'd be much better to try and type them in.
Such were the days.
Although, I guess it's only whenever you listed it, it was only showing you the basic part.
I'm trying to go how to get the whirlybird. I go to 45 and it goes too far. Great. How do I get back to the command search? Try to spell that. Bird. Oh, not a bad computer. Actually picked it up. There's actually two of them. This is the one that, I don't know which one it is. Well, this is a compute one. This ain't compute.
It says it can compute.
Actually, that one looks better. But this is the one from the book. Okay, how to get rid of all these campaign managers at the bottom here. I don't know how to get rid of these. There's nothing you can't do with this. You can't close these. You don't want to go away unless you open them. Alright, anyway. Let's add another one. I just created a compute folder. Hold on, I click it. Thanks so much for getting these to work. So much.
Now we got to get your floppy working.
Yeah.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I'm doing anything tomorrow. Why did I just do that? I'm so tired. I keep clicking on the same thing.
Yeah, I'm falling asleep right now. You want to get together again tomorrow? Hopefully, I'll have my computer back up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean we can. I don't know why this is not loading. Yeah, I'm pretty much falling asleep too. I just wanted to see this one. So I know you can go here. You can double click on this too. It'll load it. Shut it down.
You dropping eggs? What's he doing?
I don't know. It's like your game almost.
There you go.
I cannot control this thing for anything. See?
It is Breakout, but it's top to bottom instead of bottom to top.
And it's hard to control this thing. He moves like really weird directions. See, look at him now. It's like, you know, like velocity.
Oh, is that what it is?
Velocity in them.
Yeah.
So you have to go. If you go really fast, he's going to move very quick.
Overshoot it, right?
Man, how do I slow him down? I can't slow him down.
What's the button do?
That's a good question. Let's see. I like the animation screen.
Pause.
Let's try export. These aren't working anymore. There it goes. There's expert. Oh, he's smaller. Even worse. It's already hard enough to control him. Can't. The button's not doing anything that I think it is. It's still moving. Just let me see if I let the button go. Oh no. Okay, so the button slows him down a little bit. I think you're right. It's still hard to move him. Ah. The noise is really weird.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
Anyways, I guess we could wrap it up for now. I thought that was fun.
Yep.
Nope. Oh, great. Now it's just going to keep going.
Oh.
We've covered like the world tonight. Well, thanks for joining me.
Yeah. I'll see if you're on tomorrow. I don't know. What time are you thinking?
Well, my computer usually stays on anyway, so you can always contact me.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever.
I'll send you a message then wherever I get everything up and running.
Yep, and then maybe we can hook that thing up and get it working. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good one. Yep, bye. And that'll be it for tonight, guys. Steve Morrow signing off. Am I tired?